Oh, hey. How's everybody feeling tonight? A voice. A hope. A light in the darkness. And from it, we shall rise. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to the show. How's everybody feeling today? You're nervous? Why are you nervous? Why are you nervous? Chili for dinner? What's up, Lunar Ripper? What's up, Sleoys? Or gays? How's it going, buddy? It's been a hot sec. Shades, how's it going? Curtis, I'm excited that you submitted something today, Curtis. Very cool. I mean, I hope the wheel shows shines kindness down upon you, and that we may bask in your glory together. You know? You know what I'm talking about? How's everybody doing? If it's your first time on the show, say hi. Fluffcopter, how long have you been in my house? Welcome 5 months. Holy moly, dude. Been a hot second. If it's your first time here, say hi. If it's your second time here, say hi. Sometimes when I make my face look like this, you guys don't know what's happening. But I actually think that this is probably one of the better camera angles to kind of show what I look like. But I think it's harder for you to see, like, my expressions. So I got to do the more flesh vessel-y head. You know? Yeah, everybody thinks it's like a screensaver or something, but that's just my face. It's your third time. What's up, the Fennox? What's up, Lillian? What's up, Darius? Welcome back. What's up, Fat Guy Skinny? Your name always makes me laugh. It's okay if it's your third time. Crazy guy. Crazy guy. Crazy, 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 crazy guy. You know? Hi, guys. Hi. Hi, 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 hi. Hi. Welcome to the show. What's up, Malkov? Screensaver? Yeah, it's not a screensaver. That's just my face. You haven't been to stream in a couple weeks? Well, welcome back. We've yearned for your closeness. I was wondering, kind sir. I literally just finished my very first monster stat block, and I was wondering when would you be doing some show-offs on them, and how do I get my name on the wheel? Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. Tighteen Bugbucks. I don't ever really do homebrew showcases. I usually do homebrew reviews. And when I do homebrew reviews, I give a lot of feedback. So if your goal is for me to do that, then I do homebrew reviews usually a couple times a week. Almost always on Monday and Thursday, or Monday and Friday. And then usually 1 or 2 other days in the week, or I'll do an activity like this where we're not doing stats, we're doing art. But if you want to just show it off, then I don't really have a show for that, because at the end of the day, it is very hard for me to read homebrew and not nitpick it for stuff. So I have designed my entire show around nitpicking for things. You know? They say it's good to lean into what you're good at. It's also good to figure out what your habits are and to know when you can ride them like a wave. You're making a Titan beatbox. Yeah, well, Monday. Monday will probably be the next one. Monday or Tuesday. Probably Monday. You're sick? Oi! I'm sorry, buddy. Guys, Steve Harvey is here. Everybody chill out. Steve Harvey, do you know how much money you spend on fish for your pond in your backyard? I watched a YouTube video where you talked about it. It was crazy. Oh, your name is Titan Beatbox. Titan Beatbox. Titan Beatbox. Titan Beatbox. Titan Beatbox. I'm gonna call you Titan Beatbox. That's cool with you, my fair creature. I hope it is. Because, friends, today we are going to be looking at some monster art. Ooh, wow, wow, wee, wow. What's up, Lillian? Here's the plan today, friends. You are sending in art that you have made of monsters. It could be any sort of art that you made. And then we're going to look at that art and we're going to try to think about what we would do with that monster if we were going to use it. I'm not sure how many actual full stat blocks we're going to write out because I don't want to get bogged down in the tedium. I would rather get to see more of your art. But I think what we are going to do is come up with like a general outline of each monster, like the vibe and maybe the lore of the monster. Or at least, you know what? Fuck that. What we're going to do is we're going to take the ride, okay? We're going to take the ride. If the monster springs forth a whole bunch of crazy lore ideas, we're going to end up writing more of that. If the monster springs forth a whole bunch of very visceral what it should do ideas and no lore, we're going to lean into that. We're not going to force ourselves into a box. We are going to let the spark of inspiration drive us. It will be our North Star. The CR? Maybe. Maybe. In an ideal situation, I would like to be able to look at the things that are written down and look at the monster and be like, if I was going to use that in a game in some way or another, I might know where I'd want to start it. And then secretly off stream, I might make stat blocks for all of these monsters and put them into a compendium. I might do that in my own time and then present the monsters, but I don't want to do that process on stream. It's tedious. Or maybe I'll do it on stream at some other point. I don't know, but not today, not right now. I just want to say to the man, what man? I'm no man. I am neither man nor beast. I just want to say to man, you have no idea how much you've been a help to my DM. Running on like your 6th time DMing and you haven't had a bad time yet? Hell yeah, dude. I'm so glad being a Dungeon Master is going well. Skim Milk, that's very kind of you to gift a sub. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about being a Dungeon Master that you got to keep in mind. The highs are really high, but the lows are also really low. So what I would encourage you to do is as you play more of the game, try to remember the moments that you feel like this, where you feel very proud, so you can keep them as like a canister for if you have a session that goes really badly, because imposter syndrome can jump in quick. But also, after a certain point, you want to stop judging the success of your dungeon mastering off of a session. Because at the end of the day, D&D is about the experience. The highs are high because the lows are low, you know? So in the same way that I wouldn't judge how fun a campaign is based off of a single session, I don't think you should judge yourself based off of a single session or even a couple sessions. All right, rant over. Sorry about that. Your typing is atrocious. But you know what? I believe you because you just used the word atrocious. So that means that you have the ability to type well. Abdal, welcome back, buddy. How's it going? Abdal speaks 3 languages. Isn't that crazy? Most of you guys don't even speak 1. You had a homie in high school named Skim Milk. Yeah, was he also lying about milk? I love the character Skim Milk, who exists in our channel and sometimes pops into stream for things. I loathe them as a thing that they are outside of that. You are great. But what you represent is horrible. It's nonsense. It's paint thinner and water. Am I Ron Swanson? No, that's a character in a television show. You've lost your mind. You've lost your mind. It's fading. Slowly, but consistently. All of the lights being snuffed out one by one. The darkness is warm, though. And you should embrace it. I don't know what started that conversation. The Blooded Baron. Thank you for the sub, buddy. The Blooded Baron is a cool name. It's always so. I love Twitch. Listen, Twitch and YouTube are wonderful chats. They're both wonderful. You're both great. I love you both. I read you both. Some of you guys don't think I do. I just don't acknowledge every comment because some of them are nonsense. But I will say that pound for pound, Twitch has better usernames. But I think that it's because it was built upon a culture of you having a presence. And I think that YouTube, in the time of people making usernames, it was less so doing that. Like, you didn't make a name to represent yourself. You just were like, Apple 22222. So I can watch whatever video I want to watch. And save it on my playlist. On my music playlist. Because before Spotify exists. There was a time... Artist, thank you for the community sub. There was a time where YouTube was not full of ads and Spotify did not exist, and the best way to listen to music was to make playlists on YouTube. I don't know if that's still the way, but that was the way for a while. If I go into any of like my old YouTube accounts, it's all just like playlists of music. It doesn't really work anymore. You don't need it. Weird world. Uh-oh. Guys. The Titan beatboxer, the Titan beatbox just subbed. You know what that means? It means I did something right. Something in this strange cold world. What's the best D&D rule that no one knows about? I can think of one that I don't think there is one that people don't know about. I can tell you there's things that I like that people don't think about that much.
Hooray!
Titan Beatbox giving out 5 subs. Holy moly. Well, that is very generous of you. You mad fool? Okay. What's a rule that no one knows anything about? Well, if you made a video about it, then tell me what it is. Flanking? Flanking is an optional rule. It's not really a rule. I think a lot of people don't know the rules of, like, suffocation that well, or, like, jumping, because that's one that people always mess up and have to look up. But that's not something that people don't know. Oh, the mixing potions one. Yeah, if you mix potions, you can make weird stuff happen. Yeah. That's a good call. Jumping in D&D is weird. Okay. Speaking of weird, I've been watching the 3 Body Problem. Have you guys started watching that show yet? I'm like 3 episodes in. It's good. It's really good. When you mix potions, so basically, if you take 2 potions and put them into the same container and drink them together, I think that's what it is. Or if you drink half a potion, it's something to do with that. It's either literally mixing them or how much you consume of it. It can either fail or can become permanent or could do damage to you. It could do a bunch of different stuff. It's not in the same day build, though. I disagree. I think that that's wrong. I'm 99% sure that's wrong. I'm happy to look it up, though. Is it in the Dungeon Master's Guide? Now I'm curious. What chapter? Treasure Objects, exploration. I don't, page is irrelevant. I'm on D&D Beyond. Here, journey with me. Is my scrolly thing saying the right thing? Exploring your monsters. Yeah, I want to know what I want to know what page it's on. Potion. Mixing. D&D. 5e. It's under the magic items section. All right, let's go on a journey. Let's go on a journey, friends. Treasure. Gemstones. Oh, we get, fuck you, gemstones. Magic items. Rarity. Buying, selling. Special features, maybe? No. I shouldn't have skipped ahead. I fucked myself when I skipped ahead. Potions. Here we go. It does not say the same day, Bildo. I love you, but you're wrong. When a character mixes two potions together. Mixes two potions together. You said you were wrong? Oh, I missed that part of the chat. I'm sorry, I was busy deep diving. I apologize. I apologize for misspeaking. Guys, I didn't even set up the picker wheel yet. I'm a scumbag. I'll do it live. You guys can see how I do it. This is an empty picker wheel. Behold. So basically, here's the deal for stream tonight, friends. I'm looking at your monsters. Give me those monsters. I also have a thingy. This thingy. This is my little notepad. It's where we're going to take little notes. Give it away. I don't need it right now. You're seeing behind the sausage right now. I take this. I do 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 that. I do that. And then boom! The wheel is complete. In pace with the timing. Wow, Cinder, how do you time that so well? You must really be brilliant. It's almost like all of your weird little stutters and misspeakings are intentional. It's almost like that. It's not quite like that. Anyway, here's the wheel for tonight. Oh, it's totally reasonably sized. I think we got like 40 submissions, which honestly, considering we're looking at art and we're not like figuring out strength and ability check numbers and stuff, I think we're going to be able to see a lot. Because again, as much as I want to come up with monster ideas, I also kind of just want to look at your monsters. Because I'm selfish. That's who I am. That's who I'll ever be. That and a guy that times music well to the way he talks. See? I just did it again. God, he's good. God, he's good. It's actually very easy to do. Especially if you're familiar with the song. Fluffcopter wins Joke of the Night. With Hi Selfish, I'm Dad. So I think that all of you could just, let's give a little, you know. Little round of applause for that horrible joke. Wait, that was a weird applause. There we go. Applause over. If you would like to submit for the wheel tonight, the way to do it is one of two ways. One, if you are watching on YouTube, you can click the link in the video description. And if you're watching on Twitch, I believe the wheel command is active properly. Let's check. Let's test it. Is that the right form? It is the right form. Oh my god. We're so powerful. Okay, ironic gaming. Listen. It's cute when it's fun. Don't overdo it. Don't overdo it. Oh, you said High Milk, where's the dad? Not High Milk, I'm dad. I misread your comment. I take it back. I encourage you to make more jokes. I don't know what that joke was in reference to now. I've been watching too much Stavi's World. I heard the applause and nearly spit my water out. He said he would be here. Yeah, I know. But he said he would be here too. Hello, Kibber. How are you? Did I use the right pronunciation of your name? Kibor. Is that correct? Did I say it right? Daily reminder to drink water. If you don't have water, you can drink tea. Guys, my tea video did really well for a Twitch video. Whenever I make videos, whenever I make shorts based off of clips from Twitch, they don't do very well. Or from live streams, they don't do very well. But that one did great. People really liked watching me drink tea. I was very happy that people were so proud of my ordinary human tea consumption. Oh, we're getting new people as we're getting people. That's exciting. You watch literally every one of my shorts? Good. I would say every 20 shorts I make one that is weird and just for me, and it gets like very few views, but I don't care because they're the special ones. And if you watch those ones, that's how I know you're a real one. I've never eaten a tea bag before. I drank tea. I put a short up yesterday where I consumed tea in the normal human way of drinking tea. I don't think I ate any, though. My shorts are pricey, dude. The hair one? Like the hair one. Sure, yeah. All right, should we see some art? You guys ready to look at some art? A lot of people thought it was me eating a rat. A lot of people thought it was me eating a rat. Which is like... I don't know if that's a compliment or a not compliment. A put down. Because on one hand, it's nice to know that I have within me the potential to inspire the idea that I could do almost anything. But it also is like, do you want to be the guy that somebody thinks might have eaten a rat? Hell yeah, you do. Double win. I'm just kidding. I know it's a compliment. It's a double compliment. Most of the people that didn't like my t-shirt were British. There's lots of food for Cinder, guys. Cinder can burn through just about everything. If it's made of carbon, or if it has a temperature at which that it starts to burn, either one of those two has to be true, not both. Hello, Mr. Edmund. How's it going? The sun is food. I'm nowhere near the sun right now, so it would be hard to make it food. I'm not one of those people that, like, bathes in the sun for energy. I'm not a plant, man. The flesh vessel must sustain, you know? Okay. Let us see. Did anybody find... Okay, we got a phoenix. Oh, and a Jennifer. Jennifer, aren't you glad we waited a little bit longer before we did that first spin? I'm glad. All right. Let's give her a spin. What do we do with the... What kind of music do we want to do today? I guess we could just keep doing the intro playlist, which I enjoy for now. I guess we could do fantasy music. All right, we'll figure it out. Boo! Ooh, we're looking at a piece of art from the Shades, the Mothman. What you got for us, Shades? This is called... I gotta write this down. You did not have to give the name of your monster. It was an optional. So if you wanted us to name it, we'd name it. All right, here's the monster. Ooh. All right, here it is in, if you guys want to give her a gander in Twitch. Okay, I actually think we do need to change the music. That music is better for when it's like, we're yelling, we're intro, we're goofing, we're gaffing. But I need a little bit more passive music for when my brain needs to think. All right. Okay, I'll tell you what my first thing is. My first thought is... It's very Beholder-y. Right? I'm getting a lot of Beholder vibes from the shape of the head. But I'm noticing other things about it too. There's specifically two big things that make me feel like this is not a Beholder. Or not exactly a normal Beholder. One, obviously, the suit of armor. But two... There's something about the suit of armor and the face that is quite nice. There's a lot of kindness in these eyes, right? Look at that. That's a kind face. He's very polite. So here's what I'm thinking this is. I'll tell you the direction that I would go in with this thing. This thing is a mini Beholder. It wants to be a person. I think this is a mini Beholder that wants to be a person. Uses most of its power to power a person suit. I need to... This is too big. Smaller. That's what I'm thinking. Right? How do you guys feel about that? It's like a little Beholder. It's like a Beholder that is using most of its power to make itself pretend like it's a person. So what sort of unique things... Okay, so the other thing that I would say is... Because the eye rays could be a lot of different things, right? Obviously, it's going to have eye rays. But... And I think that they could probably be, like, more charm... Maybe they would be more charm illusion related. Maybe the body is just an illusion. Maybe there is no suit of armor. But maybe it constantly has an illusion of a body floating underneath it. Ooh. I like that idea. Illusion body. Yes. Yes. So it's using... So we don't need to say this sentence. Okay. It has eye rays. It makes an illusion body. I like the body being an illusion, man. Yeah. And it could have helpful, maybe helpful eye rays? Mending? Mending ray would be... A mending ray would be kind of cool. A mending eye ray? Yes, please. A ding, 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 ding. Okay, what else would we give this thing? Okay, here's what I want ideas for. I want ideas for eye rays, but there's a thing. What is the cone? What is the cone doing? We need to know what the cone is doing. Yeah, obviously it needs telekinesis. How do you spell telekinesis? Somebody spelled it right in the chat, right? Telekinesis. Telekinesis. Hey, you ever want to make yourself feel really dumb? Try to spell things. Okay, telekinesis. For holding things. Cone of discomfort? Cone of comfort. Or cone of friendship. Oh, what if it's cone of... Okay. I like either cone of friendship or cone of bad insight. I don't know exactly what that means. But like it could make people like or calm emotions. Oh, okay. Cone of it would be cone of calm or cone of bad insight. I don't know which one. I think the question is okay, cone of calm? Cone of calm I think is better than cone of bad insight. I think it has cone of calm. And I think the goal of this monster I think you could either make it like evil version is like it's, you know, a spy intercepting. It's like a spy thing, you know, spy for big beholder. Good. Just a sweet little guy. So you could, that's how I would make this monster. So it could kind of be like a little beholder that would like go into society as like an ambassador, but really be there on the behalf of like the big bad beholder. Or go in the direction of what was I gonna say? Or go in the direction of just a little guy. Okay, I'm gonna copy paste to this hyperlink. Okay, so what I'm gonna do. Oh no, that's not what I need to do. All right, I'm just gonna keep track of it separately than that. Okay, we're gonna go down in our notes. Next monster. Let's give a big round of applause to Shades the Mothman for the Zinari. That's a cool monster, buddy. I don't know if that was the goal, but that's what we found inside it. Blunk. Blunk. Oh, what a lovely start that was. I immediately am... I have to admit, every single time I do a little bit of a different thing for a stream, and for like this one, it's like, you know, we're looking at monsters and brainstorming how we would use them. I don't know, we never really did that before. I'm always nervous about whether or not it's actually going to work as a show. And I'm usually nervous until the first one. And then I'm usually like, okay, this is good. This is good. This is fun. This is fun. Move the text box to the right, please. I'm just going to make it disappear when we don't need it. Is the music too loud? Also, let me know. Boo! Yuan is next. This is called the All-Eye Deer. Okay. Ooh. There it is on YouTube. There it is on Twitch. Let me, let's get a little bit bigger. Let's really try to take it in for a second. All right, so the no idea. Well, first of all, it's very funny. It's a pun, right? No idea. Now, the question is, do we lean into the pun or do we not lean into the pun for the design of the monster? Because that's a pun. And it's hard for me to ignore a pun. Also, who made this? Yuan? I just want to say, fuck you. Do you know what this person is? I can tell immediately from this art. They are good at art, and they have good handwriting. I hate when people have both. It's so unfair. I want both. And I don't have either. Give me one of them. Look at that. Look at the handwriting. I want to read a book written like that. Holy moly. Okay, I think we lean into the pun a little bit. So, it's okay, but also spooky. Like, this is a spooky monster. There's a spookiness to this. So I think that, like, you know, I'll tell you where my head starts to go, and we can start writing ideas down. But where my head starts to go is it makes you have no idea. It is like a thought eater. If we go that it steals eyes, I think that's fine, but I think we're losing the pun. I think we're losing the pun. To me, I see the eyes as representing more magic, but we could go into literal it stealing eyes. I don't want to do both. What do you think is better? What do you guys like more? The idea of it stealing eyes or the idea of it stealing... I guess we could do both. Okay. No. We're going to do both. We're going to do both. Fuck you. I am the king of compromise. Your feeble flesh vessels have no power over the eldritch tendrils that snap the sinews of the space and time between sand and earth. Okay, guys? Everybody chill. Okay. Steals eyes. But then, I think it can, like... I think it can use them. I think it has... We need to have a use for the eyes. And I think that we have to think about how it steals eyes. How does it steal eyes? Does it steal eyes by looking at them? I feel like that's... bleh. It gives you eyes. That's an interesting idea, too. Don't make me use vicious mockery. Here's the notepad. Boop. Oh, you guys can't see it. There you go. Okay. Maybe that was what that person meant, but they said move it to the right a little bit. Okay, so this is going to be a monster that steals eyes. And I don't know how, but it's got to be do it like weird way. So we'll figure that out. Or you can give me ideas for that. But then it's like, uses eyes to steal thoughts. Victims become blind, mindless shells. Roaming. Okay, yeah, roaming. It's, what's it called? The area that an animal lives in? What's the word I'm looking for here? Not region. Not domain. Habitat. Yeah, habitat. The shells defend the babies and are food. Food for the babies. How about that? That's pretty fucked up, right? So it, like, wanders into town, and it steals your eyes, and you go blind and start to lose your mind and wander into the woods, and you become these, like, basically, like, plants that it harvests to feed its babies. So to fight this thing, you fight, like, all the blind zombies of a town. That could be cool. I'm thinking about it not like an intelligent creature. I'm thinking about it like a very animalistic, like maybe it's a fey creature, but like an animalistic fey creature. All right, I like it. And I think that it steals eyes sort of like a Pied Piper. I think we go with like a Pied Piper aura for the vibe. And maybe, like, blind / eyeless are immune. That could be cool, too. How do you kill it? With fireball. Same way you kill everything. How do you submit? If you're watching on YouTube, you can submit by clicking the video description and then clicking the link in the video description. Wait, was this the all idea or the no idea? It was the all idea. Okay. They just wrote the only no idea here. Yeah, like a non-intelligent Pied Piper. Exactly, exactly. Almost like a roaming plague. Like a roaming plague of blindness and madness. But it would be more like a from an animal. But people would probably see it as like a plague. Cool. I think it's cool. All right, let us give Juan a round of applause. Where's my applause button? Very cool monster. Very cool monster. Kadunk. Kadunk. Are we having fun yet, boys and girls? Creatures of the realms. Was I added to the wheel? Yeah, probably. What did you name yourself on the wheel? Are you one of these people? If you're one of those people, then yes, you're on the wheel. There you are. Look, there you are. Right there. La manine sande su. Boo! It's Quail is up next. People eat you. This is called a sap lancer. That's a cool name. The sap lancer. Ooh, look at this lovely little feller. I'm gonna be honest. When you make a monster have big eyes, I'm immediately like, oh, look at that little cutie. Regardless of what else is going on. Doesn't matter how many spikes and stuff it has. Here, I'll move that over here so we can see it better. Look at him. Oh, never mind. I could just do that. That's better. Okay, okay. What are we getting out of this? So, this looks like... Now, it's called the Sap Lancer. And to me, that makes me feel like this is like a parasitic plant. Like it, like, lives next to trees and stabs them and takes their sap. That's the way that I'm getting from. That's what I'm getting from it. You think it hangs from tree branches? But it has roots. Look at its roots. It's got roots. I was thinking, this is what I was thinking. I'll tell you my thought. My thought is that it looks like an acorn. Because it's kind of acorn-shaped in its body. And maybe it's like a weird acorn parasite that somehow, because it looks like an acorn, it ends up near other trees. But that doesn't make sense. Why would that happen? Maybe it looks after a druid's grove when the druid isn't there. Oh, that's true. We could go more magical here. We could go more magical here. It does kind of look... That's true. Maybe we go more magical here. Okay, okay. I'm changing directions. I'm changing directions. I say we go more magical here. I say that these are acorns that dryads infuse with magic to become little guardians. Little guardian warriors. That's what I'm thinking. Well, they don't need, they should not be mounted, but they can mount. They, once fully grown, they can communicate with plants and animals and ride squirrels and birds into battle. Using their vines to hold on. Boom! That's fucking cool, right? Yeah, teeny tiny. Like, that's still... I'm not saying they go into a big guy. I'm saying they start as an acorn and they stay the size of an acorn. Can you imagine a battle in the Feywild where you're chasing... Imagine this. You're chasing a dryad or a druid or someone through the woods, and then suddenly all of these birds and squirrels with little acorn soldiers on their backs with giant little amber lances start charging at you. I think it would be great. You can throw... You could throw them like Pokemon. That would be cool. You could, like, throw them at a squirrel and they, like, cinch up to the squirrel and then can immediately communicate telepathically, like, we must fight for our grove. And then the squirrel goes from, like, a random squirrel into being like, yes, we shall battle. Yeah, okay. They can, when they connect with, when they are... when they mount... I don't know how to word it. When they mount, they form a psychic link with the creature. Cool. Yeah, exactly. For democracy, random squirrel. Yes. I don't think it works on... I think it only works on, like, small woodland creatures. I don't think it works on big dragons. I would limit this to small woodland creatures. I might even limit it to just squirrels and birds. Like, that might be the limit. I might even just limit it to squirrels. Actually, I think we limit it just to squirrels. Because it's an acorn, and it's very funny with the squirrel. I think they ride squirrels. I think literally just squirrels. You know how we talk about this a lot on stream, where the more specific you can get with an idea, the better it is. Because if a dungeon master is going to use it, they either can lean into the real specific idea or they can decide to ignore it. And if we say that this monster, this acorn knight only rides squirrels, that will be really evocative for a lot of people. And then for other people that want to use it, they'll be like, ah, fuck that. I'll just make it ride other things too. So squirrels. This is a squirrel riding battle monster. Oh, I love him. Amazing. Okay, I don't remember who it was. Whoever it was that suggested that this would be like a dryad support monster, thank you so much, because I think I was immediately diving into, like, the biology direction, and we have to remember that these monsters can be magic nonsense. I wouldn't even say... No. You're thinking too parasitically about them. It's not like hundreds of them would control a bigger thing. They are just a acorn warrior that rides a squirrel. If you put them on any other animal, it doesn't work. You want to change it for your game? You want to take that inspiration and make it your own thing? Go for it. But for me, they'll always be... The Sap Lancer will always be a squirrel rider. Yeah, a noble knight in the realm of acorns and small woodland creatures. Cool. Fuck yeah. Where's my applause button? Let's say a big round of applause for Quail. Gadunk. Gadunk. Jig, 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 jig. Anybody new? Oh, we got a couple new ones. Lovely. I love to see it. I'm loving getting all this art, guys. The other thing that I'm gonna have to do, I'm realizing, which I should have done beforehand, I'm gonna have to figure out how to reach out to these people to ask if I can put their stuff in a compendium. What I might do, okay, if you submitted homebrew tonight, be on the lookout in my Discord. I am going to be posting a message somewhere where I'm going to be asking for people's permission to use their art if I want to share homebrew that I make with it publicly. Like, not for money or anything, just put it out there. So, because I don't think I'm going to put anything in that I don't get explicit permission to use. Because that seems like a dick move. So keep an eye out for that. Or leave a comment in the YouTube video saying, you can use my art if you make a compendium or whatever. But I need to make sure that, and tell me who you are and what piece it is. Otherwise, it's going to get gobbledygook. If you don't have Discord, literally just write it in, don't write it in the window, don't write it in the chat of this because I won't be able to see it. Write it as a comment to this video when it becomes a VOD. And that will be how I know that you have it. And again, don't just say you can use mine. Say what it is in this thing so I know what the fuck you're talking about. Like say, you can use mine. It's the Sap Lancer, for example. You're writing that on YouTube. So if you don't have YouTube and you're typing on YouTube, you have transcended needing YouTube to interact with YouTube. So then you're just good. You can just do it however you did that. I guarantee you that if you're using the dark web to watch a YouTube video, you can probably use it to leave a comment on a video. I believe in you. Seth, any one of you that right now in the chat is saying, I give you permission, that doesn't matter, man. I'm not going to scroll through the chat log of stream to find it. I'm telling you, leave it as a comment in the video when it becomes a comment section, or in my Discord when I say I'm looking for permission. People are cray-cray. Okay. Lord Squishy. Really should have done that beforehand. That's okay. Boo! Ah, the square root of Jasmine is up. The Echo Raptor. Let's take a look. Don't show me those. Okay. Very cool looking. Here, wait. Let me share it in the chat. There's in YouTube. There it is in Twitch. The Echo Raptor. Okay. Okay. I'll be honest. Right off the bat, it looks like a bird dinosaur. That's the thing I'm getting most of all. But it's also an Echo Raptor. So let's think about what that means. When I'm thinking about presenting the more downy feather version of a dinosaur, am I doing that because I want to be more realistic and make a more realistic dinosaur? Or do I want to lean into what the vibe of those feathers might be? And I'm thinking about echoes. I'll tell you where I'm going. I'm thinking sound stuff. I'm thinking thunder. I'm thinking weird sound manipulation, disorientation. That's where my head goes immediately. We could go Raptor with an Echo Knight abilities, but I think it should really lean into Echo. Like, what if it has feathers that can distort sound? Distort and manipulate sound. Or maybe not. Okay, wait, let me phrase that. Let me take it back. It uses sound distortion manipulation to hunt. Okay, so I think we have a couple things. One, I think it literally can echo / throw voices, sounds it hears. I think that immediately. I think it is completely silent. Completely non-detectable by sound. A sound wave ability that can disrupt verbal components. Ooh, that's kind of cool. I like that. Like, they can either, yeah, they can like flap in a way that distorts verbal aspects of casting. And thunder damage. I think they're just immune to thunder damage. Why is... Oh, YouTube is doing that thing where it goes fucking crazy again. Alright, whatever. It stopped. Alright. I like that. It's immune to thunder damage. Opposite of silence. It's too loud. I think that I would probably say its ability to echo and things. This would have like maybe like you know, some sort of like mental debuff, disorientation. I would throw that into this probably. Would we want it to do some sort of sound-based attack? Or do we want the sound to really be like its vocalizations and it's like do we want it to be able to manipulate sound where it's like doing sound bursts? A piercing shriek, maybe. What about echolocation? Yeah, we could do something like that, maybe. I'm just going to write super hearing. Yeah, maybe we give it like a thunder clap-esque feature. Yeah, I like that, where it can sort of shift its feathers from going from sound dampening to sound like blasting, and it just does a boom. A super loud sonic boom sound around it that just hurts people. Yeah, I like that. I like that. That's cool. Oh, we got a lot of ideas for that one. Wait, no, we didn't. We had a regular amount of ideas. I just got to put more amount of spaces so I can see the difference. There we go. Cool. I don't really have more thoughts than that. I think it could be very fun. Maybe echolocation because its main food source is invisible. That could be interesting. Yeah, they could hunt in packs. I feel like if we're I don't, depending on how I would build this stat block, I would not see the need to give these things pack tactics personally, depending on how powerful these other features were. But I could definitely see like I'm gonna say pack tactics maybe. That's gonna be a maybe. I like. If I end up making this one into a monster, then I will probably give it pack tactics or not based on how powerful everything else feels. Cool. Thank you, Square Root of Jasmine. Let's give them a round of applause. The Echo Raptor. Seriously, have any of you guys started watching the Three Body Problem? It's quite good. I can see this monster living within large canyons and using the terrain to hide. To its advantage to hide. Yeah, for sure. What's dat? What's what? Three Body Problem? It's a new show on Netflix, but it's based off of a book series. And I didn't read the books first. I'm just watching the show. Because I'm boring and lazy. Bugga 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 boo! Butters! Butters, I hardly noters. This looks like it's called the Enlightened. Interesting. Oh, weird. This is a weird one. Very cool looking. Very weird. Okay, so what is going on here? Unweighted mind. That's a mimic plant for sure. But it's called the Enlightened, which makes me feel like I don't think I would make it a mimic plant. Like, I think this is... I like the idea that this is not something disguised as a person. This is something that a person becomes. You know? What if... Okay, hear me out. What if it's not a bad thing? What if it's like a weird... Like, what if there is a plant that can, like, give you sight beyond sight, but when you consume it, like, this happens to you, and you kind of, like, become a plant person. But, so you go blind, and you, like, you lose almost all of your senses, but you, like, see visions of the future, or something like that. So, like, people might decide to do this for the benefit of their community, but they sort of sacrifice their own... I don't know. I don't know if I like that or not. How do you submit? It's literally the same every time. Check the video description. What if they do this after death? What if death... I mean, death could be a part of it. To me... Okay, because you know what it kind of makes me think about? It makes me think about the idea of people, like, downloading their mind into the internet, but then their body's dying, and then it's like, is their mind that was downloaded to the internet them? But this is, like, downloading it to, like, the nature, like, the magical, divine internet, as opposed to, like, the literal internet. Yeah, upload to the weave. Exactly, exactly. I think that's the direction I would go in for this. Mind uploaded to the weave. I don't like. Maybe, I think it has to happen through a plant. Plant/ritual. And I think the body grows into the body left behind grows into this. And I think this is like, and I think that, like, maybe, like, it has some warding. It has to have some properties. It has to do something. What if it happens when you project your consciousness on a magical creature? I like the idea that, like, you upload your mind into the weave, and then your body, like, grows into something. I don't want to go in the diseased fungus route. We kind of decided we were going to go in the, like, let's make this a positive route. Yeah, maybe, like, the spores give off, like, foresight-esque powers. And then... Like, maybe like, What if... What about this? It could actually... This could be an alien. Because it could also be like this. What if it's like when it flowers, the brain can be planted. Okay, I take it back. Planted. And grow a new one. So what if it is not what if it's not this? What if it's not this? What if it's a plant that gives wisdom as a defense? So it's like it's almost like how like apples or weed change themselves to make people like them more. What if it's like a plant that gives wisdom, and this is just what it looks like. It could also be that. What do you, man, I don't know. I go back and forth. It's either a plant that gives wisdom, or it's a person becomes one with the weave. And I don't know which. Why not both? Because that's sort of two different creatures. Maybe it's an invasive species from the outer realms. If you want to go in it being a dark direction, you certainly could do that. But I'm trying to go in I wanted this one to go in a more positive one. Plant a brain with special seeds and it grows a body. That's kind of what I was imagining. Okay, what if it's like this? What if it's like this? Plant seed, plant brain. You plant, okay. Brain seed grows person. Depending on how person is treated. Okay. But grows person. Grows plant person. After a cycle, they bloom. If they were treated well, it gives wisdom. If they were treated poorly, it takes away wisdom. So what if it's like a karma judge? Like it's like a plant that grows in cycles that basically gives gifts or boons to the next cycle of people based on the way that its seed was treated as it wandered the world. So like this is an image of it while it's blooming. What if it's killed? Then it dies. Just like any other D&D monster. Karma plant. Yeah, exactly. And when it... And, like, the next... So, basically, it blooms. And then yeah. And then the next one, like, has the... I don't know. You can play around with it a lot of different directions. But, yeah, that's the vibe, I think. I think that's the vibe of the Enlightened. It brings good or bad to the people around, to the society around it based on how that society has treated them in its earlier life cycle. That's what I would do with it. Cool! Thank you, Butters. That was a cool one. Very weird. Dug. Let's give Butters a round of applause. Dunk. This person only put their name as a single dot. I don't know if you did that intentionally or not. But it's going to be really annoying to find you. I'm going to say change your name to a real name, and then I'll add you to the wheel. But until then, I'm not adding you. Boo! Fluffcopter's up next. Fluffcopter. The infected one. That's a good name. Newgrounds. We're going to Newgrounds? I guess somebody bunched... Newgrounds was the platform you wanted to add your art to? I guess that's... Hey. I haven't been to Newgrounds in years. Alright, this is called the infected one. Oh! This looks like a mushroom mixed with a jellyfish. I like the shading. Look at the little mushrooms growing on the big mushroom. Octomushroom? Yeah, I guess octopus is... Yeah, more octopus than jellyfish. That's true. What would an octopus jellyfish be? An octopus fungus be like? Because I feel like they sort of sit in such different spaces. Fungalore approves. He looks friend-shaped. A spore flump. Its suction cups are little mushrooms. Oh my god, they are. I didn't notice that. Okay, okay. So this is not an octopus. This is not an octopus. We are not going to be thinking too much about the octopus when we think about this monster. This is a... Okay, this is one of two. I think we go in one of two directions. I think we go in one of two directions here. And I don't know what the right choice is. So I think I'm going to ask you guys to help me figure it out. Or we go in one of three directions here. Okay? One, this is a creature that just happens to have tentacles, but is not actually an octopus creature. Two, this is an octopus creature that covers itself in fungus intentionally to protect itself. Or three, this is a parasitic fungus that is controlling an octopus creature. And I think it's one of those three. You think two? It's like a hermit crab, where it's like it's covering itself in it's covering itself. Getting more votes for 2 than 3. 2 plus 3. Okay, I have an idea. We're going to mix 2 and 3, okay? Here's what we're going to do. It's going to be a little parasitic, and it's going to be a little bit... And it's going to be a little bit, not parasitic. So here's the situation. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking this is a flying creature. Okay? And I'm thinking that it is essentially a octopus. Octo creature infected with floaty parasite. Yeah. It gains the power of crop dusting for food with spores. But also, it's stuck in the sky. And will dry out if not in rain/clouds. That's what I'm thinking. So these creatures, I think they eat regular things. I think it like eats birds and stuff. Like I think it sends spores down to, like, kill small animals and float down and eat them. Yeah, I think it kills birds. But I think they can't go back in the ocean. They're stuck. They're too buoyant. And if they stay in the ocean, they'll just sort of be floaty on the top, and they'll just get eaten by other things. And the spores want to be spread wide So the spores lift them up in the air. Yeah, they become like balloons. So I think they can like swim down, but the pressure is always kind of pulling them up. It's kind of fucked up. Considering how cute it is, a piece of art. You could make them have half the move. I would say they were swim speed. I would say they would have no swim speed. I'd go swim, walk speed 0. Because there's just too much fucking spore coming out of them. Maybe they could move in little bursts, but again, I would only want it to work in the air. And they like live in clouds. Yeah, they become like cloud jelly. So they're sort of like cloud jellyfish. They might even be like blinded too. Because they are covered in mushrooms. They can't see that well. What if it was created by a spore druid? That would be cool. Although I wouldn't give a player access to this monster, probably. I would say I would go blinded, but have some, like, some hunting sense. I think it should be able to, like, sense food / moisture. Maybe through, I don't know. Maybe through spores. I'm going to write that down. Weather sense? Yeah, weather sense. Actually, weather sense is a cool. I'm going to write that down. I like that idea. Yeah, a meme queen. That's kind of what I was thinking. That, like, the parasitic element would be that it's, like, floating around, spreading these spores all over the place. I might make it something where it is only aware of creatures that are being affected by its spores. So, like, I might do something where it, like, has an ability that you can just always do to, like, shoot spores out in, like, 60 feet or 100 feet. And it's basically like a radar where it can, like, ping creatures that get affected by them. Anybody who's saying that I have your permission to use this in the chat right now, that doesn't mean shit to me, just so you know. You need to leave it in my Discord where I can see it, or in a comment in the video after the VOD is up. You silly goose. The person who thinks I'm going to scroll through chat for this stream is an unrealistic expectation of what I spend my time doing when stream ends. Cool. I think it's really cool. Thank you very much, Fluffcopter. Let's give Fluffcopter a round of applause. The infected one. Yeah, I know. I know it wasn't you. I was just yelling because they were being annoying. All right. Thank you, Fluffcopter. I appreciate that. All right. One second. Uh-oh. Douche. Vash. Vish. Mish. Moosh. Mesh. Alrighty. Boom. Boom. Yoda's stepmom. What's she doing here? Doof. Jig, 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 jig. Look at all these artists. So full of hope and whimsy. Little do they know what's coming. Buggada, 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 boo! Ethan is up next. What you got for us today, Ethan? Ooh, right in here. This is called a clarada. Was Spiky Boy. The clarada. Here it is in the chat. Now, I can tell that they wrote something about what this monster is supposed to be above this. I saw that they did that. I'm not reading it. I've made it very clear that I'm not reading any notes. I'm only looking at the art and looking at the name. So if you want to read that little sentence above this, you're more than welcome to, but I'm not going to. So, this is a cactus monster. This is a ghost cactus. That's what this is. This is a demon cactus. This is a cactus golem. You know those bad guys in Mario that are like things on top of each other? That's what this thing is. In fact, I think that may be how we write it. Clarada are like man-o-war jellyfish. A collection of creatures working to form one super creature. That's what I think. I think they are all. I'm going to be honest. I think this is a monster that we can come up with mechanics for, but I think the main shtick of this monster is that it is a bunch of non-thinking parts that adds into a seemingly sentient creature. Like, it's essentially a very complex series of plants, but when they work together, it creates the illusion that it's like you could have one of these in your adventuring party and you would just think it was, you would think it had feelings, but it doesn't. It's just plants and they're just reacting. It's like, there's a good sci-fi book about kind of that. So it's like, it can present reactions that seem like they are emotional reactions because they are the logical reaction based on like its understanding of action and reaction, but not really its understanding of like feelings. It's essentially doing what AI is doing now, on where it's not actually thinking about what it's saying or what it's doing. It's like intelligence without sentience is the way I would word it. I would say it's intelligence without sentience. The AI in general is not a bad thing at all. The way that people have used AI technology to create AI art programs is bad. But the idea of AI alone is not bad. The idea of AI is interesting and cool, I think. I think the reason it has to assemble is survival. each individual piece is much stronger. Like, this is a much stronger defensive shape than just a ball on the ground covered in spikes. You know? So, in terms of, like, mechanics, I would say it is immune to lots of stuff because it actually is just a plant. So, like, any sort of mind manipulation, any sort of illusions, any sort of psychic stuff has no effect on it just because it's, like, it's just a plant, actually. Cool. What did you read about it? I'll read about it now. A minotaur infected by clara grew a chitin shell, grew spikes, claws, and fangs. Oh, that's more of a... That's a little bit of a different direction than we went with it, but I think it's a good direction too. Yeah, obviously we'd have like lots of spiny damage stuff. Cool. The Clarada. Thank you very much for sharing, Ethan. Let's give Ethan a round of applause. Oof. Oh, Yoda's stepmom. A bug it, 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 a bug, 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 bug it, a bug it, a bug it, a bug it, a bug, 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 bugada, Elena. Ethan's evil twin. I went to bed, so you can skip if you want. Well, I don't know if I want. Let me just at least look at it and say it looks cool. Tall friend. It's just a big old friendly dinosaur. You know what I would do if I was going to do a big old friendly dinosaur? I would lean into, especially if I was doing dinosaurs where it looked like I was going for like big fingers and thumbs, I would try to make them like the armored bears from, whatchamahoo's it? From His Dark Materials. Like, make them, what would the dinosaurs that had tools be like, and what would their vibe be? Golden compass bears. Or hugging. Yeah, maybe they're for hugging. Yeah. But anyway, I think that would be cool. But anyway, I think it's cool art. And I thank you for sharing it. I still wanted to look at it, even though if you can't be here. You're still getting a round of applause for you. The dude for scale was excellent. That is true. I like the vibe of the art. A bucket, 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 a boo! Zamboni is up next. I once killed a man with you. The amblacrin. It's the spider, not the rider. All right. Ooh, is this gonna work just right from Discord? Oh, it looks like it will. Cool. There's on YouTube. There's on Twitch. This link might not work for people because he just pulled it right from my Discord. Oh, we have a big old spider. A spider rider. And that's a 3 crane. If you don't know what a 3 crane is, they're like short people sized. It's really cool art. Also, the shadows look really nice. So if I was going to make a 3 crane mount, a special mount just for the 3 crane, I think I would lean into... This is going to sound weird, but I think I would lean into their psionic powers. Like, one of the things about the 3 crane is that they communicate telepathically. So I feel like it would make sense for that to be an aspect of the way that they interacted with their mount. You know what I mean? What looks like it's just Notepad? What I'm writing in? Yeah, I'm just writing in Notepad. So what if they are like... What if they're susceptible? How do you spell susceptible? Oh, God. I want to spell it in a thing with spell check. I figured it out. I'm so smart. Copied it. What if they're susceptible to psychic control? To psychic influence? So it's easier for the 3 to ride them and to have, like... So like, you can, like super precise control for riders. I think that would be a thing. And yeah, somebody said jumping. They definitely don't look like the types of spiders that would make webs, you know? So I would say probably no webs, but I think like a big jump would also make sense. But leaning into the psychic thing, what if... You know how, like, tarantulas and stuff will, like, launch their hairs to mess with people? What if they can, like, psychically... What if they can, like, do, like, psychic disruption around them? Like, they can have, like, psychic static fields around them a little bit. Not giving it a burrow speed. I wouldn't give them synaptic static once a day, but I would give them like something like it. Synaptic static-esque hairs ability. Yeah, I think that would be cool. Or some form of permanent detect thoughts. Maybe detect minds. So, like, it can sort of hunt based on its thinking about where creatures are. Like, it hunts based on your thoughts. That could be cool. Oh! Maybe the rider gains its psychic detection. That's cool. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah. The rider gains its psychic detection for sure. Cool. The art's really nice. Look at the cutie. I just want to take him home with me, put him in my pocket. All right. Thank you for sharing. Zamboni. Let's give Zamboni a round of applause. Spider enthusiast approval indeed. Approval. Excuse me. Guys, one day I'm going to be able to take over the whole universe. And you'll be there too. A bucket, 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 a boo, Derl. Derlol. Derlol. What you got for us, Derlol? Don't get lost in the Feywild. All right, so we're not getting a name for this monster. Oh, it's called the Forest Predator. Okay. Is it 2 R's or 1 R? I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna say it's 1 R. Well, that's a handsome feller. What do you guys think? Take that home. Take that one home to mama. He does have a cute smile. Okay. To me, this is like big magic. Maybe it's not super powerful magic, but this is a definitely certainly a magical creature. Shades, I completely disagree with you, man. I think that art, there's some of the best art is dark, and I don't think this is vague. I also think that if you're going to be critical, now's not the time. One second. Alrighty. No, I understand what you're saying, and I'm saying your feedback is not... I completely disagree with it. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying politely shut the fuck up. I think that you're saying that's vague and dark is not helping anybody. As I mentioned before, some of the best art is very dark. Literally dark, as I said before. I'm leaning into this being something like a... I almost imagine that this is like a... Do you know what's coming to mind when I see this thing? And I'm telling you, I don't know if it's the right move or the wrong move, but doesn't this look like a traveling salesman? Am I crazy for thinking that? Like, I feel like you would imagine this guy... I feel like the way you would encounter this monster is like, it's camp time. Everybody's sleeping. And you hear like a... out of nowhere, like someone knocking on a door, even though there's not a door there. And then this guy, making that smile, walks out from behind a tree and goes, "Good evening. Like, would you be interested in my wares? Or, oh, you look like you need something." Do you know what I mean? Like, I think this is like visits adventurers camping in places they shouldn't. That's what I would say. The bagman's cousin? Kind of, yeah. I think it visits adventurers camping in places that they shouldn't. And I want to say that I feel like it has to... This would almost be like an SCP monster, where like I feel like it would say certain types of things to see what would happen, but then it would always inevitably be bad. Maybe he visits adventurers camping when they shouldn't be and sells his protection. Ooh, that's an interesting idea. But at a terrible cost. Spelled cost really wrong. Shadowy Frank? Kind of, I don't know who Frank is, but yeah, he's shadowy. Sells maps that he says go to an exit, but they actually go to worse dangers. You can choose the right dialogue sequence. You can buy stuff off him. That sort of turns it into too video gamey. D&D doesn't usually work like dialogue sequences. Okay, here's what I think happens. I think he visits adventurers camping in places when they shouldn't, but only when they are the only one awake. The cost is always man, I'll tell you what I want it to do. I want it to be like, but at a cost. And that cost is paid by the rest of the party. I want to do something like that. Is that too bad though for D&D? Because it's making a monster that essentially will make you like potentially fight with your party. You think it's cool? I mean, the price could be a lot of things. I'll tell you the first thing that I was thinking. It could be like you get protection from evil and good. Monsters have advantage on all this stuff against your allies. It could be something like that. Where you're like, basically, you are immune to frighten and charmed, and everything is disadvantage on attacks against you, but your ally, everything has advantage on attacks against your allies. It could be something like that. It could be very simple like that. You could also, it doesn't need to be super mechanical either. It could be more flavor based. Like, it could be like sort of the way you play the misfortunes and who they befall, you know? Temporarily, I mean, I think it would depend on how long you made the deal for. Or maybe you'd have to kill it to break the deal. Yeah, maybe, you know, until you leave or kill it. Something like that. I wouldn't extend the crit range. I would just impose disadvantage on stuff. I would hate my party member if they sold out the party like that. Yeah, that's why I don't actually know if I like this mechanic. Because I really like this mechanic from a narrative perspective. But from a gameplay perspective, I don't actually know if it's like, I think it would be really good in some circumstances, but in others it would be really bad. So you'd have to be very thoughtful about how you engaged with this mechanic, because it could mess with the people playing the game as much as it messes with the characters, if not more. Yeah, he does look like he'd steal one of your limbs. I think the art looks fucking cool. I like it. I thought it was very evocative. You think there are other costs that would work better? All right, you haven't named any. I mean, disadvantage is already equivalent to double crit fail range. The thing can only manifest between the waking and the dream world. I like the idea that it only shows up when you're the only person watching. I don't want to necessarily make it something that's happening during a dream. He looks like he's going to ask for your leg Like a neighbor asking for a cup of sugar? Yeah, kinda. It definitely has spells, but it probably does it naturally. Makes the rest of the party exhausted. Exhaustion is a really annoying mechanic to have to deal with, too. Like, maybe taking your party members' dreams. That's kind of a neat idea. It could have the party forget what they're doing. Yeah, I don't... I would want to have it so it was kind of like balanced in a poetry sort of symmetry with what you as the player you as the character were getting versus what they were losing. So I don't know if I would do like you are getting safety and they are forgetting why they're there, because those feel kind of like two disconnected ideas. You know what I mean? Again, Devilman, same thought. I think that if the idea that we're going for is that like I'm going to protect you in the woods, I think taking away a precious memory feels kind of like a random cost. And I think that in the Feywild, I feel like when you do the big sort of heavy costs and things, if you're leaning into that sort of majesty vibe of the Fey, you should do it whole hog and like lean into the poetry side of it too. Devilman, you're pulling at strings. I love you, but you're pulling at strings. I genuinely don't think that those... I think that could work in your game. And if you like the idea of it eating memories and and translating that to giving a player advantage on things, great. I think that's a real pull at strings. If it's a punishment for resting in the wood in the wrong place, maybe recovering less spell slots or life might work. Something like that could work. I think it's cool. There's a lot of directions you can go with it in, but I think it's cool. I think it makes a lot of sense. All right, you can stay, you can vanish, you can do whatever you want, baby. I think it makes a lot of sense as like a person that is coming to make an offering, like a dark offering, like because it's too exciting to see you for anything else. Cool. All right, Derl, thank you for the piece. Let's give them a round of applause. Very cool piece. Devilman, if you think it's better to make it eat a memory and give a protection, you should do it. You don't need to feel bad for that. I'm sorry if I made you feel bad. I just disagree with you. But you shouldn't feel bad. Yeah, Fey deals are always a weird thing. Alrighty, doop. T-Man. What's going on here, boop? Kadonk. How much of your colon would you trade for a free use of astral projection? Ew. I wouldn't do much. I would not make it where if you attacked it, it was an insta-kill. That's not fun. That's just shitty. That might be fun in a movie. That's not fun to do for D&D players. I trade the ability to use semicolons. It's a bold power sponge. What is this about? People are sending in art they make of monsters, and we are brainstorming what those monsters could be. We're coming up with ideas for them. You want to see what I'm talking about? Here we go. Boo! Luna is up next. Luna. Unnamed monster. This is a comic book panel. Is this your art? I'm confused. Luna, I'm confused. Is this you? It is, Luna. Okay. So I guess this is the monster? I'm gonna call this monster Summer. Soda? What soda? Human anglerfish? I see human anglerfish. You see it being undead? You know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of the chimera from Full Metal Alchemist. Which chimera is that? Spoilers. It's the little guy. Who's the little guy? Envy. No, it's not Envy. It's not Envy. The little guy, Pride. Yeah, it looks like Pride. This is Pride. Pride's like sort of a little kid. Sort of like a bunch of eyes and mouths. This is him. Very similar vibes. With that in mind, I think you could go anglerfish for sure. But can I go in a completely different direction? What if it's like... What if it's like a gelatinous cube, but just made of people? A people cube. Humanoid ooze. Because it's kind of perfectly square. You know? Yeah, an aberrant ooze. Aberrant people ooze. That's where I go with it. It absorbs people into them and then sort of repurposes them into eyes and mouths. But it's still a perfect cube. Man-cube. Man-cube is a good name for it. Yeah, I would basically make it a cube of flesh. Aberrant people ooze. Repurposes organs into its cube. Retains all memories, but not emotions. Uses memories to find folks to eat. So, like, if it consumes you and it knows that you have a best friend and that best friend lives alone and has a cat, it might go to their house because it knows it can just eat that person and their cat. You know? If it engulfs you, there's a slim chance of losing a body part. I think that could be cool. I mean, it could have sort of some sort of like, it could be when it scores a crit or drops someone to 0, it can, you know, it takes a piece. Eye, ear, and etc. I like that. That's harsh. Yeah, I would make it random. Can mimic the voices of people it's eaten. That makes sense. Mimics voices of consumer. I don't think it needs to heal when it takes a body part. It could. What if there's a slim chance of it adding body parts to the creature? I like that idea. That's fucking weird. I think you could probably cook it, but I think it would be gross. I don't think it's like a consistent thing. Like, do you really want to eat a piece of steak if there's a good chance there's like random bits of teeth and hair and skin and fingernails in it? I feel like that would be icky. Is it medium rare? Oh, if it's medium rare, you still want to eat it then? That's cool. As long as it's medium rare, I'm good. Feels like a cube gibbering mouther. Yeah, it's kind of what it is. Except I don't imagine this thing as being so gibbering. And gibbering mouthers don't, like, use the memories of the people that they consumed. Ugh. I like it. Fun. Also, nice art, by the way. Nice comic. It leaves a trail of rotten meat when it moves. That could be cool. It critically missed. You have 3 arms now? Yeah. It's fun. It's cool. I like it. Thank you for sharing. All right, that was from Luna. Let's give Luna a round of applause. You finished your drawing? Hell yeah. Good for you. Man, I'll tell you what, guys. People really like setting their careers on fire. It's crazy. It's crazy out here. Speaking of which, let's spin this wheel. A bucket, 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 a boo. Luis Piedra. Luis Piedra. I'm not good at rolling my R's. I wish I was. I wish I was good at rolling my R's. There's another nameless one. Oops. Ooh. That's cool looking. What is going on here? That's some Studio Ghibli shit right there. Yeah, but the face is like a wooden mask. The face is the creature. The whole thing is the creature. Yeah, very forest spirit vibes. The things that I'm noticing about it immediately, aside from the fact that it has a wooden face and like vines for arms coming out of the face, are that it's also like covered in flowers. So this is definitely like a spring blossom, bloom, magic monster. You know, we're back in the Feywild for this one, for sure. For sure. Do you think that... only the... you could make it so that only the mask is the creature, but the rest of this looks like an animal. Like, these are animal-looking feet to me. So if you wanted to go in that direction, you totally could. But I think I would just let this be its body. Maybe it can retreat into the mask to pose as just the mask. A lot of people in the chat are saying they want it to just be the mask. I'm just not. I like it being the whole animal. I think we just disagree on this one, chat. I'm neither my whole body nor my brain. I don't have to worry about those kinds of existential questions. If I was gonna, here's what I would do. This thing would be like the, we didn't name it. What do we call it? I think we call it something like the blossom hopper. And I think that this is like I think it's like a spring spirit, a spring spirit. And I think that it brings, yeah, I think it brings springtime vibes. That's what I think. The Bloom Whisperer. Grove Whisperer. You don't like Blossom Hopper? I like Blossom Hopper. Why pond? A pond spirit? I guess it does look a little bit platypusy. In the feet. Or beavery. It heralds the spring season. Yeah. Not even growing plants, it just makes the vibe. Platy, what? You guys are very good at making me laugh at dumb things. I don't think it makes me very professional. That's okay. So what dem feelers do? I think that those, like, tap into the roots of plants to, like, tell them it's time to wake up. Like, it, like, can use them to move its hands and stuff, but can also, like, stick them into the ground like mycelia to, like, tap into the roots of plants to be like, psst, springtime, bitches. Springtime, bitches. Psst. Uses face vines to battle. No, it says to fight and talk with plants. Time to wake up. It could birth awakened plants with... Ooh, that maybe it could awaken plants. That kind of... Maybe it awakens plants. That's not a bad idea. Maybe it awakens plants. Maybe it's an animal fused with a awakened plant. No, that's weird. I don't know if I like that. I'm taking that back. It reminds you of an... the last one reminded you of an oblex? Yeah, for sure. Can talk to you with them, maybe? Yeah. It, like, plugs the... Yeah, it communicates. I like that. Uses the face line to talk and communicate. Oops. What's up, Davris? Yeah, this thing could have a burrow speed for sure. Maybe it awakens plants. Maybe the headpiece is an awakened plant. I don't know. I don't know if I like that idea or not. This last part I'm not sure about, but I'm leaving the thought in case it feels good. What is this? Get away. Yeah, that's what I was initially thinking, that it sticks its vines into the ground to communicate with other plants. And it, you know. But it could also do that to people and, like, fuck with them. Yeah, it's spring, bitches. Yeah, it's definitely a rowdy creature. Is that a mask or the face? I like it being the face. If you wanted it to be the mask, I think you could play something with it being like an awakened piece of wood. But I like the idea that it's the face. I put both ideas on the page just because people were yet talking about them. It acts like a panda. It acts like the panda spirit from Avatar, maybe. Yeah, Fluffcopter. Yes, yes, that is what I said. Yes, you're agreeing with me. I agree with you. Yes, that is what this thing does. It communicates with things by touching them, just like mycelia. Yes, these are big old mycelia arms. Could restrain people with its roots. Yeah, I'm imagining that it's kind of small. Like, I would probably make this thing like the size of a dog or like a raccoon. Maybe. What about this? What if it uses face vines to communicate? And can briefly animate plants to fight for it. Like it can stick its hands in the ground to like wake up a tree so the tree can like take a whack at you. Does that make sense? I think we don't call it a blossom hopper anymore. I think we got to call it something different. I think we call it something like the, honestly, the, somebody said like Grove. I like Grove Whisperer. I think that fits. Well, it sort of is a tree. It sort of could be a treant, pest, because it's not necessarily telling the plants to wake up at the right time. It's just telling them to wake up when it wants them to. You know? So the treants might be like, the trees need to rest for another month. And it's like, fuck you, I want an apple. Wake up, tree. And the tree's like, I'm up, here's an apple. And the treant's like, go back to bed. It's like, I can't, now I've wasted all my energy to wake up. You trust him? That's reasonable. Cool. Yeah, it's a fun one, dude. Thank you for sharing. I like a good combination of like masks that look somewhat natural and somewhat crafted as faces. I think is a very fun aesthetic. All right, let's give them a round of applause. Doof. Boop, 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 boop. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to do that. I'll be right back. Music, you're so aggressive. No, you weren't aggressive. You were fine. All right, I'll be back in a second. We'll do another spin on the wheel. Back in a minute. Don't forget. You know, all right, calm down. I was having a 3-body problem earlier, and I just got rid of 2 of them. And now I'm chilling. That's really all that matters in the whole world. Folks. Well, we're about to be back. Boom. Wait, boom. We're back, baby. No, now we're back. Just kidding. Don't want to freak you out. What's the music called? What music? What music? Anyway, let's go back to this. Boom, boom. Doof. And you must have had another tab open or something. I didn't have any music playing. Poof. I know I'm back from my journey. It's been a while. Whatever turned. The music that thine flesh vessel doth revere. I mean, I can tell you what songs I like, but I don't know what song you're talking. I don't know what you're referencing. Bucket a bucket a bucket a bucket a bucket. I like the meters. Bucket a bucket a bucket a bucket a bucket a. Boo! Dice Admiral is next. Maybe Flamshell? Feel free to suggest inspirations. Flamshell? You mean Flameshell? Did you write Flamshell instead of Flameshell? Is that what's happening right now? Well, I'm keeping your spelling. It might be a flam, but it might be a flame. Oh, is that a flam or a flame? It looks more like a flame than a flam. I meant the song that was playing while you were gone. Dude, I just told you I wasn't playing any music when I was gone. You probably had another tab open or something. All right, we got a little flame shell turtle. What are we thinking? Now, the first thing that I'm noticing about this little guy is that his flame is in a little bubble. He's got a bubble of fire. So if you got change it a little bit. So if you've got a bubble of fire, I feel like 2 things are happening. One, I feel like there's like this thing is like making hot water. There's like a hot water maker. You know? Yeah, they're making light and heat underwater. That's like a big thing that they're doing. So I think what we should probably do is, I think the way to think about them, I kind of like going in the direction that one of you said, or maybe they're like lanterns. Like, what if these are like creatures? What if they're like creatures? What if they're like dogs, but for mer people? Like, they're like pets. They're like household things. You know what I mean? They're like, they're things that you keep in your yard to keep your house lit at night as a fish person. You know? This doesn't have to be a rich people thing. Do you think it's actually really big and the picture is just far away? I I think they have like a human. They have like a they have a human dog relationship with merfolk. Does that make sense? They heat their homes, and the merfolk protect them. So it's like they live in the idea would basically be like they can because they're constantly glowing, they can hide from all the weird scary fish that are attracted to like glowing things in merfolk houses. Yeah, they're domesticated. Exactly. And maybe through domestication, the part of their shell that is like the fire bubble has like gotten bigger. Like before they were domesticated, the fire was just like a little thing that was like a vague part of it, but they've sort of been bred to have this big, wide fire shell. Sort of like how dogs are bred for different like work purposes, or now more for just vibe purposes. I don't think it needs to be that powerful. Continuous Flame is a 2nd level spell. Maybe they're related to dragon turtles in the same way that dogs are related to wolves. Oh, that's a cool idea. Distant cousins of dragon turtles. Steam, breath, turned into fire shell. Yes! That's fun! That's fun! That's such a good idea. Yes! Yeah, so way back in the history, dragon turtles, some of them evolved to be able to project heat out of their mouth like a steam vent, while others had more of a passive heat defensive mechanism in their shells. And they evolved getting smaller and smaller, and the dragon turtles evolved getting bigger and bigger, and the dragon turtles were the wild ones, and these ones ended up getting domesticated because they were reasonable to handle, and they were just sort of warm and not trying to bite and eat you. Oh yeah, there's like weird Chihuahua ones. There's definitely a bulldog one where it's like the flame shell is too big for it to like swim comfortably. That definitely is yeah, for sure. For sure. I don't know if dragon turtles and them have much of a relationship. I feel like in the same way that when a dog sees a wolf or a wolf sees a dog, it's like you really have no fucking idea how anybody's going to react. I think it's the same. I think it's the same. Maybe at first the little fire bubble was like a defense mechanism in a sense that a predator would attack them and the bubble would detach, letting the turtle get away. Maybe. I like the idea that it's always there. I like the idea that the defense is that it's like making heat and fire. Like maybe when they were smaller, it was much the bubble was much smaller, but the heat was much more concentrated, so they could like burn stuff with it. So they've sort of been bred to make the heat more comfortable heat and much brighter in color, like much more bright but comfortable heat, so that it could like be a thing that heats a house as opposed to like melts a house. Animals would hunt it. Should they have fire resistance? Almost certainly they should have fire resistance. I wouldn't give them fire immunity. Unless you wanted to make them an elemental. You could make them elementals, but I kind of liked the idea of leaning into them being dragons. Or like weird sub-cousins of dragons. It's like how poisoned dart frogs poison you if you put them in your mouth. Just that they would burn in your stomach. Yeah, kind of. Exactly. Exactly. You love my videos and my shorts. This is my first time catching a stream. Cool. This is a fun stream to hop in on. We're looking at pieces of art of monsters that people made. And then coming up with, like, ideas for what those monsters could be in the world. And I think that what we decided for the flame shell is that it is the cousin of the dragon turtle. That went on a different evolutionary path. And in much the same way that we have house cats and we have tigers, we have the dragon turtle and we have the flame shell. I think it probably could overheat to burn people and predators. Like, mechanically, I think that would make sense. We would have, like, maybe, like, a once-a-day, like, fire aura feature. A la fire elementals. But I think that it would be a once-a-day thing, and I also think that it would be probably not that strong now. But I like the idea that that used to be what it was. But, like, over time, they've sort of been bred, again, to be less aggressively heat-making. Maybe some of them make a lot of heat, and they're used as, like, guard dogs. But most of them are used to, like, heat houses and make lights in houses. The aura would definitely only work underwater, for sure. Yeah, furnace turtle, exactly. Cool. What happens when they're out of water? I think it sort of just looks like a little lantern. I think there's just like a little, or it looks like a little campfire. Maybe the bubble recedes when it's out of water. And the fire's just out in the open. Maybe that's the only way the fire can be put out, is if you, like, splash them when they're out of water, because the bubble isn't up. I don't know. I don't want to get into that too much, but I think that could be a vibe. They must dry up real fast. Yeah, I think they need to be in water pretty much all the time. Cool. Very fun monster. Thank you, Dice Admiral. That's a very cute little guy. Their light is their life. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool. Let's give Dice a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. I'm going to keep it spelled flamshell in this document so I can find it easily later if I want to start writing something for it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my, oh my. Apple pie. Gastro. Nico Hiko. Yo, Luna here, the maker of the flesh cube. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, the art was really fun and good. I hope you don't mind that we took a very specific direction. That I think, in hindsight, it might have been a cube because of the shape of the doorway. But the cube shape, I just made me think of flesh cubes. And I love a good flesh cube. You know? Who doesn't love a good flesh cube? All right, a bucket, 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 a boo. It's a long name, Warrior Studio Zone. Warrior Zone Studio / Aaron. The original idea was an anglerfish, but I do love the flesh cube. Well, I'll say this, Luna. I don't know if you saw chat, but I would say half of chat was like, anglerfish person. So I think you did a very good job of conveying that idea. I did something else because I felt like, I don't know, I just wanted to go in a different direction than that. But I think that you convey the idea of anglerfish person very well. Because a lot of people were quite literally being like, anglerfish person. All right, warrior zone. This is a nameless beast, eh? Ooh. Okay. Okay, we're getting a little psychedelic with this one. Very out there. Okay, I mean, I'll tell you where my head goes immediately. I'm thinking this is some sort of fucking elemental, chrono, wig-wiggle, timey-wimey. Yeah, if it's not dealing psychic damage, it's better be dealing some sort of weird damage.
I was playing Adventure League last night and I one-touched the boss.
Nice.
I kind of feel bad for the other players for not getting to complete even one round of combat.
Grip Shard, that is very empathetic of you to feel bad for the other players, but also that's the Dungeon Master's fault. So you didn't do anything wrong. That's the Dungeon Master's fault. So thank you for the biddies, but also you're chilling. It's very empathetic of you to feel bad, but I don't think you need to feel like you did something wrong. Sounds like the Dungeon Master was not prepared, which is okay. It happens sometimes. Vaguely cat-shaped head. I like this. Astral Sea makes sense. Maybe like a reality bendy, magic eating. What should we call this thing? Let's name it before we know what it does. Let's call it the... I mean, I want to call it Sherbert, but I feel like Sherbert is a weird name, right? Sherbert? Why do I want to call it Sherbert so much? Prismatic Blink Horse? Astral something? Arcane Elemental is also a nice one. Let's just call it the Presence. Let's just call it the Presence, aka Sherbert. You can call it Astral Presence if you want. I'm gonna call it the Presence, and not Birthday Presents. Okay, so right off the bat, I agree with everybody, not 100%, but I agree in the direction that everybody's going in, where this is clearly a warping creature. It is distortion. It looks like distortion. So I think we should lean into that. So I think the question is, though, we don't want it to do everything because that's too much. Remember, when we're making monsters, we want to be focused. So what should this thing distort? I saw people saying the arcane weave. I saw people saying like reality, time, physical stuff. Like, what are we thinking? What is this disrupting when it travels into a space? Color, light, cat faces, matter. I've seen like 4 or 5 different people say light. Seems pretty split. We're getting a lot of good ideas, and then the main ones are like light or magic. I want to suggest... Here's my thought. My thought is that I feel like magic is a little on the nose. And I think light is interesting. So I want to lean in the direction of light because I do feel like magic is almost too obvious. You know? And we could end up getting spells in there, and I'll show you what I mean. But like, so let's say this thing distorts light. Distorts light energy. And we could say any, because illusions are also kind of light energy. So we could affect illusion magic, for example. It's a Pink Floyd album elemental. Okay, so I think we're going to think about it. I think we lean into distorts light, and then I think we do refracts energy. And I think then we're good. So, like, for example... Oops. So, for example, I say it's got, like, a, you know, like, it can change the damage type of spells that travel within a... Not spells, of things. Yeah, I'll say spells. That move... That travel within a certain space. Distance. I think that could be kind of fun. It can manipulate any illusions around it as if it cast them. That could be kind of cool. So, like, you know how you cast major image, you can make it look like other things? Well, it can make your major image look like other things now, too. What about blocking line of sight? Most magic line of sight. It could block line of sight of stuff. Sure, we could do something like that. We could say, like... I mean, that's just about, like, it could project illusions. It could project illusions. I mean, they could be used to do that, for sure. Maybe it can redirect magic attacks to other people as a reaction. There's already a lot of stuff that does that, but maybe... Could it distort and absorb radiant energy like black holes? I think that the way we would have it absorb energy would be tied into this. Like, maybe it can change the damage. Like, that's what I'm sort of seeing it as it, or you know, absorbing them. But yeah, we could do, it could do something like that. Maybe only redirecting radiant damage. But radiant damage isn't light. I mean, I guess it's close to light, but I don't know if it's light. Redirects certain damage types. I'm just going to write that for now. Because I'm not sure. Radiant. Not sure what else. Because I see that. Makes sense. Being near it disrupts scrying and divination. I don't know if I agree with that, though. Because if it's messing up light... then I feel like divination is not a light source-based magic. Not in that same way, anyway. Maybe it can just manipulate anything light-based. Dimming. And then it can, like, it can make stuff, like, it can snuff light out, but it can also, like, what if it could also, like, can make light sources burst, blinding / hurting. So, like, for example, if you have a torch, it could make the torch boom, do a blast of light, or if you have the light cantrip cast on an object or something like that. I think that would be cool. Maybe it can only be seen through scrying or divination. That would be really hard to do because most scrying and divination is, like, not in the moment. The submission link for sending in art is, there's the command wheel in Twitch. You can also find it in my Discord. What if it can, like, travel along light magical energy? I mean, you could just call that that would just be teleporting. Like, if you cast a line spell, it could teleport along the line towards the caster. I think you could do something like that. I don't think we need to write anything else for it. But I think that idea could be pretty cool. I don't know if I would make it teleport or not. If I make a monster have, like, a lot of aura effects, then if I'm giving that monster teleporting, I want to give it teleporting in a way that is, like, very, like, signaled to the players and limited, because a lot of the fight when it comes to dealing with a creature that's doing a lot of area of effect and radius-based area of effect things is, it's a lot of that, like, tactics comes from, like, figuring out your positioning on the battle map. So when you combine that with something that's teleporting a lot, it can be really cool, but it could also be pretty devastating. So I would want to limit it, because I wouldn't want it to be too powerful. Because I'm not seeing this as, like, an end game elemental. I'm seeing this as, like, somewhere between CR 7 and 10. Maybe a little lower. What if it can see and interact with things in the ethereal plane? That could work. It's a very cool piece. I like the style. The style's fucking weird. And I know a lot of people have been mentioning cats. I don't see the cat. I see a robot head, a vague sort of robot torso, and, like, a bunch of squiggly energy and sort of like an Iron Man glowing chest. But if there's a cat that you see in here, I accept it. You see two faces? Oh, is this the cat? Like, are these ears, eyes, nose? Is that the cat? Yeah. Okay, I see the cat. All right, well, what I just described was not a cat. So if you wanted to make it a cat, I guess you just add the cat aesthetic. But I was mostly focusing on the glowy style and imagining it sort of like this is the shape of it. Where, like, shoulder, bottom, head, top of neck, glowy bit. Ugh. Cool piece. Thank you, Aaron /Warrior Zone Studios. Let's give them a big old round of applause. That's a really nice, it's a really cool looking piece. I like art that just sort of feels different also. Like, this art will stand out, you know? If you're trying to make your homebrew stand out, sometimes using art like this, which might not be quite as crystal clear as what it is, but is really evocative of a vibe and has a very, unique style to it, can also often be, like, a really powerful tool in making your work stand out. It can be a smart move. My buddy just did a ad for Raid Shadow Legends, and I made fun of him for it. I didn't really make fun of him for it. I made fun of him for one thing that he had to say in the ad. And I know he didn't want to say it. I know he had to say it. But it was funny. All right, here we go. Let's add a couple new people to this list. Raid Shadow Legends hasn't reached out to me about doing an ad yet, unfortunately. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll get to be a Raid Shadow Ledger. But that day is not today. Raid Shadow Legends! Don't forget, you unlock Xanthian, the Elder Fighter. Just use my coupon code. And you get 2 buffs to Charisma and Constitution for your first 3 games. This game's been downloaded over 1 million times and is played by God. Right? Isn't that how you do it? Is that pretty good ad read? It's pretty good, right? I made it on the wheel. It should alter illusions. That was the main thing I said about it. But yes, I agree. It can manipulate illusions. Look. It's in there, baby. We on the same page. We on the same page. I didn't kill it. You killed it. We killed it together. Oh, you mean the ad read. Sometimes I say things and I forget that I said things, and then you respond to the thing that I said, and I respond to the thing that you say, responding to the thing that I say, without the context of the thing that I said in the way that I respond to the thing that you say. Sorry about that. That makes sense, what I just said. Skittleboo. Boop, you're on the wheel, buddy. Mistra, I hardly nostra. I'll be honest, guys, Mistra's pretty chill. Not with humans, though. Bugga 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 boo. Skittleboo, wow. They literally just submitted. Just got spun. Cray cray. The wheel is a fickle, strange creature. Radio pollen. Radio pollen. Ooh, look at this cutie. Okay, so I'm going to be honest. We're going to completely ignore the Ben 10 signal. That's not going to be what I use to... That's not what we're using. That's not what we're going to use to try to figure out what this is. We're going to ignore the Ben 10 part, and we're going to focus on the rest. So we have here what is undoubtedly a robot. Like, there's no question that this is a robot. This is the Why is it called radio pollen? What is this thing doing? Is it pollinating the radio? It looks like it has some sort of gas spray, and it has some sort of electrical mind thing going on. Do you guys think this is like a light bulb, or is this like a little plant inside of it? I'm colorblind. What color is that? Is that green? Is that green? Oh, really? Is it a Ben 10 reference? Where did you get that idea? How did you figure that out? I wonder. I know it's a Ben 10 reference. We're ignoring it. It's green. Okay, so here's this. Okay, here's what this is. This robot is like the what's her name? What's the name of that robot? From WALL-E? That's not WALL-E. What's her name? Louis Eve? Yeah, this is Eve. This is Eve plus WALL-E. That's what this monster is. So, you got Eve, right? Which is like she's like keeping track of the plants. She's scanning for plants. And then when she finds one, she's got to keep it safe inside her. And then you got WALL-E, the little scrapyard hooligan. Boom! You got them both mixed together. You got a scrapyard hooligan that is keeping a plant sort of alive, but is maybe the plant is sort of driving it, and it's like using it like a car. It's a plant with a robot. That's what it is. This robot is driven by the mind of a plant that it keeps safe. The plant can spray stuff. What is the plant spraying out with? What's going on with this spray? What's going on with this spray? What's it spraying? Is the spray coming from the plant, or is the spray coming from the robot? And regardless of the answer to that question, what is it? It's pollen? It's human killer? I guess it's called radio pollen, so maybe it's a pollinator. Pollination tube helps with pollination. And also makes people sneeze. I think it makes people sneeze. This is the stupidest sentence I've ever written. Pollination tube helps with pollination. Just so you guys know. You don't think the plant is in control? I think it's funny if the plant's in control, but you don't have to make the plant in control. I like the idea of that the pollen interferes with electrical signals. Don't give me hay fever. If it makes people sneeze, it should affect spells with somatic components. I mean, you could sort of just accomplish that by having them sneezy. Maybe pollen tube, maybe pollination tube also can emit anti-robot pollen. This is a plant mech for the... That's what it is, for the plant robot war. Yes. Now it's coming together. Yes, yes, yes. The plants wield these little mech warriors into battle. And they might not be intending to wield them in battle against your players. But they've been waging war with the robots since long before your adventure began. And when you come across them, you have a choice to make. Do you side with the robots, or do you side with the plants? And if you side with the robots, these things are going to be coming after you, shooting so much pollen in your nose, you're not going to know what's what. I am Papyrus. Yes. Darn, I have an even better piece of art, but I just found it. You ever gonna do this again? Probably. It seems like people are enjoying it. There is a link to send in art in the video description on YouTube. And on Twitch, you just do the command wheel, or, which is !wheel, or you can find it in the link in my Discord. Cool. Thank you very much, Skittleboo. Let's give them a round of applause. Here's my applause button. There it is. Are you team robots or are you team plants? I don't know. I might never know. That was crazy. The wheel very rarely does that. She does a lot of things, the wheel. We can't explain them all. We can't account for many. But we can think about it a little bit. What should I make a YouTube video about for tomorrow? I have to make one tonight before I go to bed. I made this for you? I made everything for you. You're the only person I care about. You and other people that I care about. I care about them, too. Let's look at more monsters. Boo! Stormbringer. Stormbringer. Is the monster Stormbringer or is your name Stormbringer? I think the monster is probably called Stormbringer. That's my guess. We'll see. Does it look stormy? No, it doesn't. Huh. Then you are Stormbringer. And this is your creation. What a creepy fucking monster. It's got kind of like lightning legs. They're like giant. They're like insect feet. They're like they look almost like rhino horns. All right, what do we call this thing? You immediately thought of a bug that skates on ice. It's like a pokey cat. It's like a sad, pokey cat dog. Doesn't it look sad in the picture? Do you guys think those legs are supposed to be lightning bolts, actually? Or do you think they're supposed to be like spikes? Also, the tail has an eraser. So, we don't want to forget that. Yeah, I saw them more as ice picks or stakes, not lightning. Doesn't it also look so sad? Why is it so sad? It uses the eraser to cast Disintegrate. That could make sense. Okay, so obviously super good at climbing. Do we want it to have any sort of elemental, magical things going on, or do we want to really just look at it like an animal? Like, do we want to think about this thing in terms of a magical creature or just a creature? And I don't know. You think more of just a creature, just an animal? Okay, if we're making it more of an animal, then here's what I think we do. We make it good at climbing. We give it some sort of super pounce attack that stuns / sneak attacks. And the idea is like it's spikes deep. Like the idea that like this is different than something raking a claw against you. This is like a claw the size of a sword precisely poking into you and like fucking you up. Like I think they do nerve damage. Do you know what I mean? So I think we give it a stun / sneak attack type vibe. Yeah, it would definitely be fast for sure. Less like a rapier and more like a shark tooth, but if you took the JPEG and morphed the picture and went like this with it. Yeah, we got to think about what the tail eraser does. I want the tail eraser to do something. Okay, well, let's think about this thing. Let's actually imagine it doing its thing. If this monster, it's like jumping on rocks and stuff, it sees something way far below it. It uses its super pounce to dive bomb on them. Claws first. It stabs into them, stuns them, pierces them down, and then the tail does something as they're being down. Does the tail, like could it eat out of its tail? Or does the tail just, like... Maybe the tail does something defensive for this thing. Maybe the tail, like, helps it aim when it's falling. Maybe... I don't know. The tail is a flashlight. Yeah, I like that. Tail is mini taser. Yeah, I like that. / flashlight. It's not eating with its tail. You like that it can plug itself into walls and charge itself? Yeah, that could work. Maybe lightning stride her name instead of sad pokey cat dog. Let's call it like, I mean, it was, I think it was called the Stormbringer. Unless that was this person's name. We could call it the, I would call it like a static something. Static or stun. Static stabber. Blitz could also be a good word to use. Like a blitz cat. What if it's called the blitz cat? That kind of works. Doesn't blitz kind of feel like lightning and static, even though it's not exactly? I think blitz cat works. Thundercat, yeah. I Thundercat. But it's not really doing thunder. Like, blitz, I think, works well because the whole thing is it's really fucking fast. And it uses elevation to hunt. Looked kind of like a slowpoke. Well, I did say that initially I just called it the sad pokey cat dog. I think it's cool. All right, I'm into it. I think it's pretty straightforward. You give it a super pounce attack that does some extra stuff, and maybe based on elevation. A la piercers. Piercers do that too. And then it has a little taser flashlight tail. I think that's golden, baby. I'll call it the Blitz Cat Dog for now. What if I called it the Blitz Pig? There you go. I think we call it the Blitz Hound, Blitz Cat. Oh, Blitz Squonk is not bad. We could just call it the Blitz Beast. There you go, Blitz Beast. Perfect. Is it a cat? Is it a dog? Whatever. Blitz Beast. I do like Lightning Pig as a name, though. Lightning Pig is a good name. Cool. All right, thank you, Stormbringer. Let's give Stormbringer a round of applause. That's one of those ones where it's like the art is not crazy, but the image is very evocative. Like, the idea of a mammalian creature having, like, stalk-type legs, like an insect, is very weird feeling, you know? It's immediately very, like, something isn't right. In a way that I think works really nicely. Eve. Eve. Bye, Blitz Beast. Oh man, guys, I'm gonna disappoint you. I'm not gonna be able to do super late tonight. I have something kind of early tomorrow, and I didn't sleep super well last night, so this is not gonna be a 7-hour stream night, unfortunately. We'll go for at least a while, but we're not gonna do a crazy, crazy long stream. Just so you know. Just so you know. Just so you're not too upset. Alrighty. Doof. 4-hour stream. 4-hour stream. 4-hour stream. Bugget. It'll probably be about a 4-hour stream. Bugget. Boo! It's Crazy Guy is up next. Ooh, they also don't have a name for this monster. Oh, crazy guy. Did you guys see that? Did anybody catch it? Crazy guy. You did not make your document publicly available. Now, I know that it's not always easy to read the instructions. I know that. There's a lot of instructions we have in life that we are asked to follow. And a lot of them are really, really tedious. And they feel like a waste of time. So we skip them. But I really am not trying to waste your time. And one of the most important rules in my forums are you need to make them shareable or I can't read them. And I can't share them with the audience. So I see that you're here, Crazy. I see you here in chat. So here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to be very straight with you. We are going to skip you. But we are not going to make this something that you cannot redeem yourself from. So, for example, if you update the link and make it a shared document that other people can see, and you let me know that you have done that, I will put you back on the wheel. Okay? But you have to do that, and then you have to make clear to me that you have done that in order for me to put you back on the wheel. And don't say it in the middle of me looking at a piece. Or if you do, you can. I might remember. But you got to do that. But in the meantime, we accept you. And we feel your pain. It does not mean that this situation is happy. It's a bummer. But you are not alone in this bummer, good friend. Many have made this mistake before you, and many will make it again. Good day. All right. We're moving on. And if you do switch it, if you do fix it in the forum, I'll put you back on the wheel. I'm not saving shit. I'm just hoping people allow me to continue to have access later. I'm a big fan of let stuff go to the wind and see where it lands. It's very good for long-term project creation. Bugga 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 boo. You mean this? I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna keep this. This is the only thing that I really need. Fran is next. Oh, the notepad. Yeah. I'll keep the notepad. Oh, Fran also has a nameless one for us. Crazy guy. You can be, like I said, man, be sad, but not take it as a learning opportunity. Whoa, look at this crazy looking fucking thing. Holy moly. What the fuck? Okay, let's talk about what it looks like is going on here. It kind of looks like... Okay, so we have a large insect type thing that is shedding its skin. It has a human face. Its human face has a face in its mouth. That face has their eyes falling out. And then it's got all these tubes. And then it has a combination of, like, nails and, like, gravestones kind of coming out of its back. And it looks like it's holding maybe... It's coming out of a box. That's a box that it's coming out of. I thought maybe it was wrapping around a coffin. But I think it's coming out of that box. Do you know what I genuinely think? I genuinely think this is one of those monsters where we look at its body for, like, maybe some of its features, like what powers we give it, but I think we look more to its vibe for what it is. Like, this is a strange fucking monster. And it's strange for a couple reasons. The main one that I want to point out that I think no one is paying enough attention to is that it's coming out of a very little box. Look how little this box is that it's coming out of. So this is not like a creature that grew to be this. I think this is like a thing that is summoned and created through dark magic. And, like, you open a box, and this comes out of that box. Does that make sense? It does look like it's shedding its skin. I'd say the box is more like a gateway into the other worlds. I think but the box is here. Like, I want to say, like, the box, like, I want to say that this thing is like a hermit crab and the box is like its shell, or like one of those, like, spiders that has a trap attack. It's coming out of the box, though. I don't know if it needs to defend the box. That could be. The dangling eyeballs are pretty great. Okay, but what I would, if I was going to make a monster like this is what I think I would lean into. Like, what I was going to say before is I would lean into the vibe. And the vibe I see is a giant worm that's stabbed and is sort of consuming itself and has its eyes falling out. The vibe of this monster is pain. That's the vibe of this monster. This is a pain monster. So I think we call this something. I think we call this the. I think we call this the cherub of torment. That's what I want to call it. And what I think this is I think this is a, like, a special demon, devil creature, unintelligent, but used, I don't think it's intelligent. And I want to suggest that it is essentially like a torture device. Like, it's a thing where you put the box in a room of somebody you want to torment, and it, like, spools out, and, like, what if it doesn't hurt people, it just shares its pain with them, and that hurts them. You know? So it could be like tendrils to connect to people, to share its pain. It's public now. All right, you're back on the wheel. I don't remember the name, but it could be related to that pain goddess. Pokey, pokey, ouchie, ouchie. Oh, the faces of torment is not bad. Oh, the face coming out of coming out of its mouth is yours. The face eating the face, the big face is your loved one. So it looks like it has your loved one's face that is like eating your face, but your face is like distorted and mutilated looking. That's kind of fucked up. I like that. So I don't even know if I would do mechanics for the spikes coming out of its back and like the blood and stuff. I think like that mechanics would just be like, this is a pain demon. It's giving you physical pain with the tendrils, emotional pain with the faces. What did you say I should call it? Something of something? Faces of agony? I might call it Face of Agony, not Faces of Agony. You could look at like Rug of Smothering Powers plus more. I think it should probably have some sort of like, I like the idea. I almost like the idea that like, what if it's whatever you see on its face, you feel on yours. So like, what if the little face in the front that is mutilated, like you feel that mutilation on your face, even though it's not really happening? You know what I mean? Am I going to share my notes in the Discord? No. I'm going to use these notes to maybe make something up for myself. But this video is a VOD on YouTube. So if anybody wants to go back, that's why I'm keeping the notes on camera so you guys can like see them. So if any of you feel like interested in this and you want to make stuff out of this, you're more than welcome to. All of the material is still is available. I wasn't even going to say it was going to trap you in nightmares. I think the idea is that this creature is not even necessarily evil. This is like a tormented soul that was turned into a weapon by devils. So like maybe it going out and grabbing you with its tendrils isn't like asking you for help, but it just forces you to feel its pain. But it's not trying to. In the same way that I don't think it's trying to look like your loved ones or you. It's just, that's just what happens. You know? That's what I mean, like unintelligent. It just kind of exists. Yeah, I like that. The art is really good. Maybe calm emotions. Yeah, maybe. Maybe calm emotions works like dispel magic on animated objects. So like dispel magic on like animated stuff through magic that has anti-magic susceptibility. I'm actually just going to write it like this. Calm emotions susceptibility. Did I spell that right? Probably not. There we go. Like calm emotions like can like stop it for a little bit. I think that's a cool idea. To me, this almost gives the vibe of something more like a corrupted divine would use. Maybe, yeah, sure. Could end rage. The calm emotions would be... casting calm emotions on this would have an effect on it. A fallen celestial as punishment? I mean, you could also do that. Maybe the face is the face of the celestial that is being tormented forever. That's true. Maybe fallen celestial punishment. Face sticking out. Spelled sticking wrong. That's really nasty. Okay, cool. All of that sounds awesome. Really, really fun ideas. And by fun, I mean kind of heartbreaking. in good ways, in good ways, in good ways. Really, really cool piece, though. Very spooky, very evocative. Let us give Fran a big round of applause. Yeah, spooky dookie. And thank you, Fran, for the endless nightmares. Face of Purgatory is my headcanon name. Dude, that name sounds good. Use it. What the hell is this Evangelion thing that I just saw? People be artists, man. People be making art. They think they're crazy, and they are. Buggada, 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 boo! It's Rue. Oh my god. Your name is... There you are. This is the Allora Drim. The Allora Drim. Let's see what you got for us today. Ooh. What a genteel little creature. It's like a moth wearing a jacket. It's a jacket moth. Yeah, it's a Mothman. All right, my first question, how big is this thing? Do you guys think this thing is the size of a person or no? Or do you think it's a moth that is the size of a moth? Or a different size? It does look like a bug high council member. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe this is like an insectoid emissary. Do you think it's an ambassador for the arthropods? You think that's what it is? It's the ambassador of the insects? I feel like that makes sense. It definitely looks like an insect ambassador. It's got a big fancy coat on. All right, that's what we're calling it. This is the arthropod ambassador. But I think we lean into the fact that it's not very good at what it does. So, for example, I think that from a big distance, it looks like a person. Like a person. But up close, clearly not. You know? Sort of like the mimics from, like, the movie Mimic. But the old movie Mimic with the insects. Yeah. I think that they... How would they communicate? Would they talk or would they do pheromone stuff? Yeah, flappy. They're flappy. They got limited flight. They flap. The Judas bug clicks. Yeah, but this doesn't need to be exactly the Judas bug. Okay. I have an idea. When you are close, if you up close, it's... How do you spell pheromones? Pheromones. Trick your mind into thinking it is totally normal for it to look like a bug. And even though... Okay. Make it look... To make it... You think it's... Okay. Here's what happens. It tricks your mind into thinking it looks like a normal person. And that its clicking is talking. So here's the thought. From far away, it looks like a person. But when you get closer, you can tell it's an insect. But if you're too close for too long, the pheromones trick you into thinking, oh no, wait, I was wrong. It is a person. But it doesn't talk. It just makes clicking noises, but it just makes it sound like it's... Okay, like the communication always seems pleasant and benign, but also compelling and convincing. But also, I'll just say compelling. How about that? I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, it does have Sir Barrington vibes, for sure. I don't think it actually communicates at all. I think literally it just uses... I think it's called I think we call it the arthropod ambassador as like a nickname, but I think the gimmick is that it's not really doing any ambassading. It's just good at hiding in human society. And like, you know, maybe eating their trash, maybe eating them. I don't think it's communicating. I don't think it's actually communicating any ideas. I think it's just saying what the people's think it should say based on its fucking with their brain chemistry. So like if you met one, you'd be like, hey, how's it going? And it would just go click, 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 because it doesn't understand what you're saying and you don't understand what it's saying. But then you think it's saying, oh, it's going well. Thanks for asking. I hope it's going well for you. Because that would be like a pleasant, reasonable response. You know? And maybe you're a little bit compelled to be like, yeah, it is going well. Thanks for asking. Like, you're great. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, your brain fills it in. Exactly. So you could legit have one that's like traveling in your adventuring party for a long time that everyone just thinks is a person that's just like pretty chill, but it's just because they're just filling the space of it's not communicating with what would make sense for them based on like their brain patterns, you know? Yeah, exactly. I love that idea. Yeah, exactly. How are you? Scream! Oh, congratulations. Yeah. And I think the way that I would play it in game, if I was going to run this, is that there would be a very specific distance that you would kind of need to... Like, at the right distance, you would be close enough that you could see it for its true form, but far enough away that the pheromones wouldn't immediately be affecting you. You know? So maybe there'd be like a safety ring that you could kind of find, or that you, as a dungeon master, could indicate to players without specifically saying what's going on. Because if I was going to roleplay this, I would probably describe it like, I would probably not mention it's an insect ever. I'd probably say, like, you see a weird person, and then you walk up to them and you're like, they seem really weird looking. But when you get closer, they seem like they're mostly kind of chill, normal looking. And then you would just talk to them. But that description of they get weird looking, they're really weird looking. Oh, actually, they're normal looking is you're far away, you're medium, you're close. And you keep doing that. You keep referencing the fact that, like, it's something fucking, weird coming out of the woods. Like, it almost looks like a monster. Oh, but when it comes into the light, you realize it's actually just Jojo, who you've been traveling with for the past week and a half. And they're like, oh, why does he look so weird when he's walking away? It's like, I don't know. But, like, that's the kind of clues that I would give for that, you know? Yeah. Cool. Thank you very much for sharing, Rue. Very cool. Let's give Rue a big round of applause. Malkov. That was yours, right? Why did you write Rue as your name? I would not have it be a player because I think the whole idea is that the insect is not intelligently making decisions to communicate. It is just traveling with the party because they're like feeding it and protecting it. But it's not actually communicating anything. It's like it has the brain capacity of an insect. Not a sentient, thoughting, big old creature. I would doubt. No, I would make it a player option, though. I think if you were to do a player option, I'd do more of a traditional Mothman. Exactly, accidental pet, yeah. Yeah, it was a weird one. Hermit, you're on the big screen again? You're big screening me? Don't feed it, it'll never leave. That's exactly right. And then people start waking up and their clothes are like falling apart and they got like all the stitching and like there's all these holes in their clothes in places that wouldn't make sense, like right here and stuff. Like, why are there holes in my what is happening? And it's like it's just eating their clothes, their food and stuff. I had a monster that I designed one time. I have to find it, but the monster looked like a raccoon with antlers. But the way that I ran it was that it projected an illusion that it looked like a little kid that was like lost and needed help. And the idea was that it would like trick adventurers into protecting it, and then it would eat their supplies while they were sleeping. I like that idea. A bucket, 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 a bucket. More Feywild stuff. Bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a boo! Yeah, average Feywild nonsense. Exactly. Phoenix is up next. Wait. Duk, 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 duk. Duk, 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 duk. This is called an imposer. Phoenix! Phoenix, I'm not going to make the whole speech that I made before because it's too long and I don't want to make the whole speech every single time. But all I will say to you is you have made a mistake. You have not given us access to the document and so we cannot review it nor view it at all. That being said, I am nothing if not one for second chances. So if you appear on stream and you say, hey, I fixed it, I will put you back on the wheel. But in the meantime, I want to leave you with this. Do not lament too much. We all fail, and it is not about failure. It is about what we do after failure. So do not take this as anything bad or wrong. Take this as an opportunity to learn and to grow and to defy the very skies themselves with just how tall you can become. We wish you well, but we must move on. I love that you guys think that just the people whose pieces I can't read are making some sort of otherworldly sacrifice to a greater force beyond their understanding. One of these days, you guys are going to get it. Very few of you do. And it'll be too late by the time you do. And it won't, and so I guess it doesn't really matter. A bucket, 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 boo! It's Dennis! Brr! Uh-oh, Dennis's heating is off. Catacomb lurker. That's a cool name. Lurkers are my favorite monster from StarCraft. Oh, excuse me. Lurkers are my favorite creature in StarCraft. They're really fun. Okay. We got a sort of snaky boy. Question, chat. What do you do when you combine a snake and a spider? Is that just the Zerg? Because this looks like a monster that could be a Zerg monster. But this looks like a spider plus a snake, doesn't it? Give it head pets. All right, so let's think about this. Is a cave lurker. So what would we do with this monster? Okay, realistically, this is the way I think you got to think about it. I think that I'm going to take some liberties here, but we're going to look at it based on the way that it's painted, or the way that it's illustrated. The way that it's illustrated, it's holding on to stuff with its arms, and it's dangling with these. So as much as these might be spiky bits, what I think it does is I think it holds on to rocks with its claws, with its claws, and dangles its tails like fish, like fishing lines. That's what I think it does. Right? Wouldn't that make sense? Just sort of hangs on the ceiling and slowly, like, drags its tails back and forth, waiting for something to come by and then grabbing them. That's what I'm thinking. That's where my head goes. There's already a couple monsters that do stuff like that in D&D, so I don't want it to be exactly that, but that's where my head goes immediately. It's like a creepy chandelier. Ropers look like stalagmites. Pincers look like stalagmites, sort of. Okay, so what if... How does this enter into that environment, though? How do we make this work in that environment? It's much more mobile. Here's the thing. This is sort of like those creatures, but it's way more... Like, most of those creatures attached to walls, sort of like a barnacle. This thing has, like, these huge spanning arms. So there's got to be something with that. But I don't know what that would be. I stand by it trying to make it look like a natural root from a tree or something. Oh, it could sort of look like that. Some kind of angler bug. Also, catacomb, specifically not cave. Well, I guess that's true. So maybe it's a little bit smaller than a lurker. But why catacombs and why not caves? Like, if something would live in a catacomb, why wouldn't it live in a cave? What is drawing it to the catacombs? Corpses? You think this thing is a corpse eater? Bones? Maybe this thing is a corpse eater. Okay. Let's change things up a little bit. Let's say it uses let's say it's very fast when it needs to be. It's very fast briefly. No, I don't actually want it to be fast. Let's just say it's very mobile. I think it uses those crazy arms to like I'm kind of just turning into a spider in my mind now. Okay, here's what we're going to say. It eats corpses. Corpses / carrion. Okay, here's what I want to say. It uses its claws to hide in high up, out of the way places, and high up, out of the way places. It observes fighting and eats the dead. That's what I think it does. So, like, it'll hang out in a dungeon really high up in this on the ceiling or really high up in the trees somewhere, and it will, like, follow creatures that are hunting or adventurers that are fighting, and then it will eat the dead. That's what I would probably do with this. Yeah, like way up in the mines of Moria. Exactly, exactly. I think it doesn't want to fight. I think this is a creature that attempts to avoid combat. I would say this thing is smaller than it looks. I would say this thing is bigger than a house cat, but smaller than a person. And that it does most of its time trying to hide. And that if it needs to, it will like tail distraction thing. Like, it will try to distract you with its tail as like a self-defense mechanism in the way that like lizards will, where they're like break off part of their tail. Something like that. I see nothing on this that would make me think it should have a shell, but if you want it to have a shell, you could make it have a shell. Yeah, it's like a vulture in a cave. Exactly, exactly. Cool. Does it have a nest? I would probably say no. I would treat it more like a reptile, where it's very good at sitting very still for very long periods of time. You said you wanted its head to go into its chest like it had a shell. And I was like, I don't think that makes sense. You could do that if you want to, but again, doesn't make sense to me. Maybe it would be used more as a set piece, like you can see it scurry out of the way. Yeah, this would be like I would not fight. I don't even think you necessarily need to fight this monster. I think this could just be like a thing that lives, like a natural creature that lives in catacombs and where there's lots of death things. Ironic. I see what you're saying, and I'm still saying I don't. You can, like I said, if that's what you like it to be, great. I see no logic to needing to get its head into its chest. That has nothing to do with any of the ideas in the path that we've been going on with it. But that doesn't really matter. If it's an idea that you like and you want to make it do that, you should. To be fair, generally speaking, once we get going down a path, I start ignoring the ideas that have nothing to do with the path that we're on. Because I'm not gonna, that's not helpful. That's not helpful in getting anywhere, you know? It could be used to hint at a bigger, more dangerous creature. Yeah, you could find a dead one. Bitten in half. Anyway, cool monster. Thank you very much, Dennis Burr. Let's give Dennis a round of applause. Doop. Adrien. Doop. Okay. Holy shit. One of my friends who's a streamer is like fucking killing it right now. She was averaging like 100 people before. Now she's averaging like 200 people in like 3 weeks. Maybe it's more than 3 weeks. She's been at it for a while, but it's fucking impressive. Girl's working hard. All right, cool. Rin underscore Vixen, if anyone's curious who I'm talking about. She's a very good creator. Okay. I think she's doing Dragon's Dogma right now. To be fair, I don't know her well at all. I know her through a person a tiny bit. Friends was the wrong word. It was more like a person that I have encountered once or twice before that it's nice to see them doing really well. Okay. I was getting parasocial. Okay. Let's do another spin in a second. Yeah, she's cool. She's a fun creator. Welcome back, Bildo. Buggita, 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 buggita. I think she's just a variety streamer. Buggita, 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 boo. I think she does all sorts of stuff. Plumber Snum. What a good name. Is this your name or your homebrew's name? Pike heron. Oh, the monster's called a pike heron. Okay. Is this going to be a bird? If it looks mostly like a regular heron, our goal is going to be to come up with the weirdest possible idea for it. Okay, chat. Oh, very nice art. Why do I have to, like, what does this sign me up? No, I don't want to. How do I make this bar go away on the bottom? Why is Tumblr being a dick? This is cool art. Man, Tumblr is genuinely doing you no benefits right now, though. This is a beautiful piece of art, and I wish I could see it better than I can. Do you have this posted somewhere else than on Tumblr? Because Tumblr kind of sucks. I can't even really full screen it. I wish I could. Man, I can't even watch it anymore. Let me try to reopen that and see if I can. Oh, there we go. Thank you, whoever said to do that. But it's not, the quality's down. It's okay, it doesn't matter. Next time, don't post your shit on Tumblr. Tumblr's, you're too good at art for your shit to be posting on Tumblr anymore. Tumblr, post it on places that anybody can access it. Nobody uses Tumblr. Okay, this is fucking cool looking, first of all. Just so you know. Yeah, most people don't Tumblr. Tumblr is a waste of your time. If you're, I mean, maybe it's not a waste of your time. If you love Tumblr, great. Do Tumblr. But if your art is this fucking good, and you have any interest in being a professional artist, you should be putting 0 effort into Tumblr and all of it into Instagram. It might be good for random posts, but it's not good for building a brand or building a following, in my opinion, compared to things like Instagram and Twitter. They're just so much better for building a brand. If your goal is, like, to collect a community that will pay money for the things you make. Again, that might not be your experience, but that is my experience. Yeah, it's a big bird. It's a big bird. It's a really cool looking piece. I love the person, the ore falling. Also, do you notice that its feet are also spikes? People be loving the spiky feet. Yeah, Tumblr is not a good place to build a brand. I want to be honest here. I feel like in terms of the things I would give this monster, I don't even know if it needs anything that out of the ordinary. Like, giant bird powers. Like, just giant bird. Stat appropriately. I think we would probably want to give it some sort of special, like, spike foot attack. That could be, like, extra destructive to objects, boats, that sort of thing. And then special bite, swallow. And I don't even think you need more than that, man. You could maybe give it like a crazy screech, or a kick, or a like wing flap. But honestly, I don't think it needs really much more than that. Yeah. Simple, but really, really evocative. Really awesome. Maybe a line-based charged attack. I feel like this creature is too big for that. I don't think that would make sense on this. I think that would make sense if this thing was smaller and really, really fast. But I don't see this thing as, like, shooting like a missile. I see this thing as, like, taking its time. Like, this is hunting people the way... Have you ever seen a stork hunting? They move slow. They just don't seem like they're moving slow because the things they're hunting, because the things they're hunting are tiny. The only thing that is a little tricky about this thing being a heron in that true sense is that the reason that herons are able to be stealth hunters is that the things that they're hunting are under the water. So the people don't generally see, like, the fish don't see this giant bird looming. In fact, some herons will even, like, hold their wings up to make shadows around themselves to sort of distort their forms and to see more clearly into the water, to stab down, to catch stuff. So how does this giant heron do that? How does it catch people? Or maybe it doesn't do that with people. Maybe it predominantly does catch fish. It just catches like sharks and dolphins and stuff. So it still works. I think it still works. I think it doesn't work if humans are its main prey. I think if humans are its main prey, you'd want to think of another thing other than the stealthiness of a heron to lean into, you know? If it's standing that close to you, it's not going to blend in with the mountains. I don't think this thing needs to turn invisible. I think this thing is not a human hunter. I think the picture we're seeing is it eating a human because that's cool and evocative. But this creature wouldn't be a human hunter. If it was a human hunter, it would need to have some sort of invisibility or something. And I feel like that kind of takes away from it. It feels like it really doesn't fit the vibe. If it lived in a place that was very much like super thick trees, really like if it lived in a place where the trees were heavy coverage in the trees, very swampy, you know, sort of like the Everglades, where the Everglades in parts where the canopy is really thick, but also there'd have to be these sort of long shoot type trees. That's true. It could stand there and hide for sure, for sure. Yeah, I agree. It's like a shark. Humans aren't a thing it typically hunts, but sometimes it does. Yeah, this art is really beautiful. This is from Plumber Snum. Do you have an Instagram? Or are you just on fucking Tumblr? You really just on Tumblr? You're on Twitter also. Okay, you have a Fiverr. You got to get on Instagram, dude. Get on Instagram. You have 51 followers. I'm assuming this is you. Your art is so good. Your art is so good. There is no reason you should have 53 followers or 55 followers. 51 followers. Your art is stupidly good. How much do you charge for commissions? $90 is not bad for a fully done piece like this, fully colored. I'm sure all the younger people are being like, $90 is really expensive. Not for this, man. $90 is not expensive for something like this. These are very good. Okay, Plumber. I'm going to be really honest with you here. First of all, these are cool. Second of all, I might hit you up about doing some art commissions. If you're not in my Discord or you don't know how to communicate with me, figure that out. Or I'll try to figure that out. I can just hit you up now that I see your Instagram. I'm actually just going to save that over here. But I'm going to tell you right now, start fucking doing Instagram. Start doing Instagram. You're gonna get more eyes, man. You're gonna get so many more eyes. I'll tell you what, Plumber, are you a Discord user? Hit me up on Discord, DM me on Discord. I will here, I'm gonna put your Twitter in the chat. I want to just yell at you for a couple minutes privately. In a nice way. But I want to give you some, I want to tell you what I think you should do, and I want you to decide that you don't have to listen to me, but it will be easier if I do it in a Discord message. Anyway, your art is good. Your art is really good. Your monster's really cool. It's a legit beautiful piece of art. And it is a fucking tragedy that you only have 50. I'm hoping that you have a bunch of people. You got 50 reviews on Fiverr. So you got to be getting some. You got to be getting some work. I'm hoping that Tumblr is good for you. Maybe you have a shit ton of followers on Tumblr. Maybe Tumblr. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the power of Tumblr. I don't really know how Tumblr works, but I feel like Tumblr is a thing that is not an. I don't know, man. All the artists that I know that are like industry artists are way more Instagram focused than Tumblr focused. But maybe, again, I don't fucking know anything about anything. So if you're killing it here, ignore me. Anyway, fucking cool art. And I'm going to hit you about some commissions. Yeah, cool. Very good. Good and cool. Cool and good. Alrighty. Sometimes it's hard to think about how you would represent a animal as a really big one. I think the biggest thing for the heron to be really big is just to make sure you're really capturing the feeling of its feet and the way that its feet stab and the way that its beak works. Because those are the two main pointy bits. Everything else in the heron, I think, is a little bit not unnecessary, but they're not going to be the things that make the players go, ooh, that's evocative. It's going to be that's doing weird stuff with its legs and with its beak. Never got mad at anybody about their platform before. Sorry about that. You mostly just work as a production artist? Well, man, the productions must be going well. I hope they're going well. I am going to be working on some semi-animated things in the future. I'm waiting on a new computer that can do the things that I wanted to do without it melting. Think in terms of the art style and animation style as the TTRPG Stray Gods, where they're sort of like moving comic books. And I am going to use a combination of art that I make, art that other people make, and stock art, like stock images that I think will come out being very, very weird looking. And I think it'll actually be very fun and funny. But I want some of it to just be good art in a way that I don't think I'm capable of. But like your style is 100% the kind of thing I'm looking for a lot of it. So I'm probably gonna hit you about a couple things for that. Maybe we'll see. We'll have a conversation. We'll have a conversation if you want. If you don't want, I don't care. We don't have to. You can. I'm pretty sure you can get Cinder mad if you're making 2 submissions. Who's making 2 submissions? You can't, it's impossible to make 2 submissions. Once you submit it, you're locked out of submitting again. Boo! Death Angel. This thing is called Fang. I also have not used Tumblr before, and I just was getting really annoyed at how non-new person friendly Tumblr was. Like, Tumblr at this point is designed in such a way where if you don't have a Tumblr account, you can't really engage with Tumblr, which I think is not ideal. All right, this is called Fang. Look at this spooky guy. So he's like a Grim Reaper with a big old eyeball. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? What are we thinking about Fang? It's just a filler name? I like the name Fang. What is it's got this weird... What is going on with his face? That's what I'm looking at. Its face is just like a void in the middle. I think that I think that this sort of monster, to me, sort of in the same vein as like as the caterpillar of pain that we saw earlier, this to me feels like a harbinger of something. Like this to me feels like a character that like heralds darkness. You know what I mean? Even just the way that like the eye orb is above them, it sort of feels like they enter a room and they bring with that room, they bring with them doom and woe. You know what I mean? It does sort of have a kind of porcelain plush look to it. I agree. The Herald of Shadow. It could be the Herald of Shadow, or as a random nerd suggests, it could be the Herald of Shadow too. I like a good Herald. I had an uncle named Harold. He died. I still have him, I guess. I just haven't taken him out in a while. Will the 11th work? Maybe. R.I.P. Harold. All right. So yeah, I think if I was gonna do something like this is how I would play this guy. I would lean into this. I would lean into, we got the scythe. We have the big orb in the distance. We have this weird sort of pure light in the front. I think this is like an omen bringer. I think this is an omen bringer. It could be an omen bringing toy. A lot of people are saying like toys and puppets and stuff. An imaginary friend that comes for you because you forgot it. Oh, that's kind of a neat idea. That's kind of a funny idea. What if it's like the bringer of lost toys? And when you forget your toy, it comes to you and haunts you until you play with it again. That's a little silly. That might be a little too silly. But I do kind of like that idea also. Wasn't that a Supernatural episode? It might have been. I don't actually know. Uh-oh, my stream is messing up. I fixed it. I'm a god. Did the notes disappear? Yes, they did. My stream is messing up. I apologize. Boop, they're back. All right, so what kind of features? Okay, so I think we say that this thing, it brings ill fortune in some form. I don't know exactly what, but I think this thing is an omen bringer. It's a harbinger or something. It definitely teleports. I think it always goes. I think it always is where it needs to be. That's what I think. I think if it's supposed to see you, it's going to see you. It can always get to where you are if it needs to talk to you. It could bring bad luck. Maybe it travels through the shadows for lore. That's not a bad idea. Yeah. Travels through unseen spaces. Travels through and emerges from unseen spaces. I think that's cool. Is it a bug Grim Reaper? It kind of looks like a bug Grim Reaper a little bit, but I think it's supposed to be a dude Grim Reaper. You know what? I almost feel like it doesn't use the scythe. Like it just, like the scythe is just there. I think it just shoots crazy force out of this hole in its face. What does it shoot at? What does it shoot at you? What is it doing? What is it a harbinger of? I think that's the question that I need to answer before I would know what else to do with this thing. Unless we wanted to turn it into sort of more of a standard, deathy monster. Will D&D Beyond links, D&D Beyond homebrew links work? Not for art, no. Harbinger of illness, Harbinger of fate. Okay, I think a couple things. Everywhere it travels, the sky, it brings the wounded moon. The sky changes to this big punctured bloody moon. That's cool. So you can sort of see it coming because it's like it becomes night and this moon is up because it just always brings it. I like that. What's up, Scarlet? Blue moon. I saw you standing alone without any cheese in your coffers, without any love of your own. Scarlet, we gotta do something together again, man. It's been too long. I miss you, buddy. I want to think about what do we want this face, like, maybe the face reveals... I don't know what the hole should do in the front. But the main thing that I'm thinking about is I like the idea that wherever it goes, it brings this vibe with it. We're not really... Yeah, we're not designing monsters. Like, we're not writing whole stat blocks. We're just sort of coming up with ideas for monsters based on art that people have sent in. Instead of being a harbinger of death, it's a harbinger of monster birth. Oh, that's kind of a cool idea. Maybe the monster just comes out of its face vagina. You think that's what death that's what death was thinking when he drew that face? Probably not. Probably not. I'm trying to figure out what my tiramisu monster does. I made art for it, but haven't designed the stats yet. Is it tiramisu or tiramisu? Remind me what tiramisu is. What kind of dessert is that? I don't eat things or drink things. Oh, it's the layered dessert. I might lean into the layered element of tiramisu, and I might look at spells like Prismatic Wall. I would not use the spell Prismatic Wall, but Prismatic Wall is a spell that has like 6 different layers to it. So you could do something like that, where it could have like a layered effect. Like maybe it has like different bubbles of energy that do different things, or if it's shooting a breath weapon or a laser, they like come in lines, like tuk, 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 like rows of 3 or something. It's got 5 dragon heads. Oh, you could do something with that too then. Maybe I would lean into the layered element. So if it's got 5 different dragon heads, maybe it, instead of each head having its own breath weapon, like 2 heads will work in tandem so that it can do like a layered breath attack. So if the breath weapon would normally be like 8d8 fire damage, maybe it could do 4d8 fire damage and 4d8 cold damage, as it does 2 layered attacks. I don't know. That's where my head goes. With this guy, I think that what I would probably do is I would probably make its face like hard to look at. Like maybe like Umber Hulk. face vibes. It's like unnerving. It's like unnerving to look at. That's probably what I would do to interpret its face being weird. The monster birth thing is pretty cool too, though. If you like the monster birth thing, I'd stick with that. Yeah, staring too long causes madness. Yeah, something like that. Cool. Thank you, Death. You're lovely. Why'd you take my grandma? I'm just kidding. She had it coming. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Death Angel. I don't think we've seen any air stuff in a while, dude. Oh, we got Captain in here. Casey Jones. What you doing? What you doing here, Casey? Why aren't you with the Ninja Turtles? You know that's where you're supposed to be. Uh-oh, I lost the document. I found it. Oh my god. A bucket, 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 a boo! Quail! Quail. A demon genie. Now, to me, a demon genie is a little bit You didn't include any art, Cole. You didn't leave a thing to look at. Well, I mean, Demon Genie is a good idea, and I love you, and I'm sure you're a wonderful person, but you didn't send any art, so we're going to move on. But I'll tell you what, we'll give you a little round of applause. Just you know, just a little one. Just a little one. Thank you. Thank you for thank you for giving it a go. Thanks for giving it a go. Next time, include the document with the art. If it's an art thing, because it's easier to see the art if I have the art. It's a little hard to see it without it. I mean, I could make it happen if I need to, but it's going to hurt everyone's brain, and I don't think they're ready for it yet. A bucket, 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 a boo! Alfredo sauce. I'm quite literally all-seeing, but you're not. And that's not going to be that, you know. You know what justice tastes like? Like, you know, it's not going to work. Whoa, look at this. Okay. We are open. We are open-ended here, boys. This could be anything we want it to be. This thing could be absolutely anything. Give me what do we make it? It's a COVID? It's COVID? Why? It's not COVID. Is that what it is? Did all of you just think it was germ? Is this a germ? Is that where all of you just went to? This is a germ? I feel like it's too obvious. I think we got, I don't want it to be a germ. Okay, if every one of you wants it to be a germ, we can make it a germ. But I feel like it makes sense to go in another direction than that. Maybe it's a demon genie. A giant virus. Germ, giant virus. A living pincushion. An evil sticky ball. Okay, what if it's... Okay, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to compromise. We're going to compromise. I see a lot of great ideas in here, and I think we're going to combine them together. So, we're going to call this one... The Might of Many. That's what we're going to call it. No, we're going to call it Lil Guy. Big Guy. The whole premise of this monster is that while they are individuals are cute, are unnaturally adorable and funny. They just like make little squeaky noises. They're cute. You are compelled. They compel. Aww. Okay? But they use their we're going to call it intelligent hairs to combine into big guys. Schools of small. So it's like a land school of fish. Okay? Now here's where I think they get a little bit different. If you have been in the presence of any of the little guys composing the big guy for, I don't know, for a while, you still see the big guy as a adorable, funny thing worth having around. Even though it's massive and wrecking your house. So the idea is, it's a creature that sort of hunts by Orca Ace. Welcome back, you fiend, you glorious Tyrannosauri. So basically, one of these things comes into your house and it makes you fall in love with it. And then its friends come and they start sticking to it and getting bigger and bigger. But that love that you originally got for the little guy stays. So you now have this giant, tumorous monster in your house. And when anybody else comes to your house, they're like, whoa, what the fuck is that thing? It smells weird. It's eaten all the fruit out of your fridge and tore the door off the fridge. And is now sleeping in your bed. Like, you have that tiny corner of your bed. Like, what are you doing? Like, your house is a wreck. You haven't left in 3 days. But the person still can't stop seeing it as just that cute little guy. You know? So it almost is like a curse. It's like a monster that, like, fucks with your... It's almost like a... Yeah, it almost functions like a curse. That's what I think. What if they attract the attention of other monsters so the party thinks it's cute, but it's giving out GPS signals to other guys? Again, I think this is another monster that, like, wants to live in your house. So I don't think it's working with other monsters. I think it wants to, like, live in your house, live in your village, and it wants to manipulate you into doing everything for it because you think it's just a cute little guy. But it's a big, fat, tumorous, gross thing. Or at least becomes one eventually. It's just a normal pet owning experience. All right. Fair. I accept. I don't know if I'd say that. I don't know if I agree with it, but I accept it. I don't know if I agree with it, but I accept it. It is a bad roommate. Yeah, it is a monster defined by being a bad roommate. Cool. Thank you, Alfredo Sauce. Let's give them a round of applause. Where's my applause button? Thank you. Yeah, very similar to Tribbles. Tribbles, but like a little bit more nefariously destructive. And a little bit more, I think, of a psychic curse. Do Tribbles do psychic stuff? Do Tribbles, like, make you like them? Because that's kind of what I was imagining. Like, the people that are sort of affected by it can't see past that cute vision of it. And they're kind of, like, in a haze of like, I will keep my little pet around. Even though everyone's like, dude, your pet is bigger than a horse and makes your house smell like a zoo. All of the art has been great. There have been a couple pieces that are like, oh, you're a professional artist. But anybody who has sent in art today has sent in monsters that have been curious and evocative. And I think, from the bottom of my heart, I genuinely think that any of the art that I've seen today, somebody could use very well in a D&D game to inspire, not just to inspire a monster, but to like show the art and be like, this is what it looks like. And people be like, cool, you know? Has the Flesh Vessel ever played Borderlands? Yeah. Both I and the Flesh Vessel together, mostly with me piloting it. I played a lot of Borderlands 2. And then I didn't really play much Borderlands after that. I played a little bit of Tina's D&D Adventure 1 thing. I played a lot of that on stream, actually, like a long time ago, and I didn't really have any followers yet. But I don't play it a lot. I played it a little. I like Borderlands 2. I also had a housemate that really liked Borderlands 2, so we would like discuss it together and sometimes play together, and that made it much more of a thing that I really liked doing. Tibbles are based on the overpopulation of rabbits in Australia? Really? That's crazy. Tina's Tiny Wonderland was fun. Tiny Tina's Wonderland was fun, but I felt like the jokes didn't land super well, and I felt like it wasn't nearly as fantasy D&D as I wanted it to be. It felt like a Borderlands reskin, and I felt like that's not... I wanted it to feel more distinct than it was. I enjoyed it, but it kind of felt like an expansion pack to Borderlands as opposed to like a more fantasy game. Does that make sense? I don't know. I guess it was stupid to be like, obviously it was just a Borderlands expansion game, but I wanted it to feel more distinct. You submitted a D&D monster stat block? Yeah, we'll skip you then. You got to read the instructions, dude. It's okay. We all make mistakes, but I'll just skip you if we get to yours. It felt slightly worse than the other Borderlands with a few other mechanics. Yeah, it really felt very similar to just a Borderlands game. Which is fine. It's fine. I didn't fall in love with it. I don't even know if I ever beat Borderlands 2. I just really enjoyed the playing with my friends and I just like the game. Like I like the gameplay. Boo! Gastro. Gastro, I hardly know Stro. And yeah, it gets funnier every time. He looks like a Greg to me. All right, Greg. We might change that, but we'll keep it Greg for now. He's a small boy when I made him in paint. I can make him smaller if it's easier to see him how he's supposed to look. This is pixel art. Pixel art's pretty cool. All right, so we're going to have to be doing a lot of interpreting with Greg because Greg is a little bit vague in look. But the main thing that I see about Greg is that it looks like he's got, like, Blastoise arms. Doesn't it look like he's got Blastoise things going on here? He's shooting stuff out of his shoulders, right? Sir Cinnamon, check the description of the stream. Why? Oh, you were answering Sir Cinnamon. You know why I thought you were talking to me? Because a lot of people call me Cinnamon when they leave comments because they like saying cinnamon instead of Cinderblock. So when you said Sir Cinnamon, I thought you were talking to me, but you were actually talking to Sir Cinnamon. Okay, what does Greg do? Okay, yeah, Greg does super... He's got a super hug for sure. That, like, I will call it a crush. A super crush. It does a bunch of damage. It can grapple. I think he can grapple creatures bigger than him. I think it can grapple creatures too big. And I think he's got to shoot fucking lasers out of his shoulders. Right? He's got to shoot something out of his shoulders. He's like a... Oh, yeah, that's a... Oh, like a, that's not a bad idea. A living bear trap. He just sits. If anything gets too close, he grabs it, pulls it in, and his shoulder spikes swing down. And as it slowly dies, he absorbs their liquid. I think that's good. So it looks like just a guy sitting down. Like, hey, can you help me up? Hey, can you help me up? And you're like, oh shit, that guy needs help. But if you're like, hey, what'd you say, man? He just keeps going, hey, could you help me up? Hey, could you help me up? You know? Like, it's not really a guy. And then you go to help him up. And then he grabs you by the hand and you feel your bones in your hand crush. And he looks at you with these eyes that you realize are like doll eyes. It almost looks like they're coloration made to look like eyes that has like a glossy mucus over it, but they're not really looking at you. And as the mouth moves, it kind of moves like this. Like it doesn't really talk. And as it's crushing your hand and pulling you down, it says, hey, can you help me up? Hey, can you help me up? And it just grabs you and slowly crushes your spine and you get paralyzed. And then these two spikes stab into you and you start bleeding out. And it just holds you close to its face as it keeps saying, hey, can you help me up? Hey, can you help me up? As you slowly bleed out. That's what it should be, right? How fucking scary is that? Yeah. Greg. If you ever want to really freak people out and you have the opportunity to make a movie or a video game, there's almost nothing creepier than a really brutal monster that communicates in a really pained way. Like, having a monster be like, I need help is much creepier than having a monster be like, I will eat you. Thank you very much for sharing, Gastro. Let's give Gastro a round of applause for Greg. Gotta love Greg. Gotta love Greg. Gotta love Greg. Borderlands is an RPG system called Bunkers and Badasses. Ooh, okay. Find that shit up. You'd help Greg up, yep. And Greg would help you down. And you would find each other becoming one. Yeah, Annihilation with the bear is a perfect example of that. It's Annihilation is one of my favorite... I don't know if you guys have seen this movie or not. Annihilation is one of my favorite movies of all time. It is such a good movie. Great acting, really good cosmic horror. It's so good. And the book is really good too. The sequel, so the book is a trilogy, and the way the books work, the first book is really good, and it's fucking hard to understand, but it's good. It's easier to understand after you see the movie, actually. And then the second book is way more boring than it has any right to be. So it's kind of hard to get through. And then the third book is very good again. The second book has some moments in it that are quite good, but overall, it's like... It made me... Like, I started to think... I was like, I'm not good at reading anymore because I couldn't get through it. And it's like, oh no, I'm fine at reading. This book is just a tedious fucking book. Cool. It's not even tedious. It's just I don't know what it is. It's well written. It's just hard to get through. I guess it's because the first book you're like dealing with like cosmic horror, psychedelic chaos, and then a lot of the second book you're dealing with like people in an office. And there's strangeness and spy stuff and mysteries, but it hits a little different. What's my favorite monster? I don't have a favorite monster anymore. I used to have a favorite monster when I was younger, but I don't have one anymore. Now I really have an appreciation for a variety of monsters. When I was younger, my favorite monster was the werewolf. I loved werewolves more than anything else. But I think I have moved on from them being my favorite to them being maybe one that I hold special in my heart because they were my favorite. Like, I have an appreciation for werewolves. I am much more interested in there being a good werewolf movie than a good vampire movie. Do I have a favorite dinosaur? Velociraptor. Easy. Always been Velociraptor. From day one. Guess what my second favorite dinosaur is? Guess what my second favorite dinosaur is? My second favorite dinosaur? Motherfucking Utah Raptor, baby. Oh, I'm sorry. Was the Velociraptor not cool enough? Do you want one that's 6 times the size of a Velociraptor? With all the intelligence and power? That's the Utah Raptor, baby. Velociraptors were like the size of like big dogs. Utah Raptors are like the size of like big cars. Yeah, Velociraptors are little. Velociraptors are like the size of cars, or size of dogs. But Utah Raptors... Here's Velociraptor size. Little. They're fucking little, right? They're teeny tiny itty bitty. But check this out. Motherfucking Utah Raptors. Boom. That's the raptor for me. That is the size that people think Velociraptors are, but it is not. It is the size that Utah Raptors are. Cinder, how do you know so much about dinosaurs? Well, it's easy to remember the things that you used to live near. Yeah, turkey versus ostrich. Exactly. Oh, this is a lot bigger than an ostrich. Look how big its head is. Like, just look at that. Like, I don't know if you can see it super well. But, like, if that's realistic in size, a whole... 2 whole human heads could fit in this thing's mouth at the same time, pretty casually. Its hands are bigger than a average human. Like, the length from its wrist to its hand is significantly bigger than the length from, like, this person's wrist to their forearm or their elbow to their bicep. You know what I mean? Look at this website, by the way. This website is from the 90s. Look at it. Look at this. What a great website this is. Who made this? Some prehistoric people. Nice. 2011. It's a 2011 website. I love it. We got to spend more time on 2011 websites, I think. That's a quote. I miss them. Everything's so fucking chic and ugly now. It is fun. Yeah, that was a fun Dinosaur Facts website. Yeah, I hope you all spend time on that website. It's only called the Utah Raptor, I think, because it was found in Utah. I think that's why it's called the Utah Raptor. I think it's one of those things where it's like sometimes scientific names have really complex etymological backgrounds, and sometimes it's like, I found it here, I'm calling it this. It's got the big toe like a velociraptor, and I found it in Utah, so we're mixing Utah and velociraptor. We get Utah Raptor. Hibbity habbity bibbity babbity. Utah came first. Raptors were not around before, like, 2010. They're a fairly new animal. People think that they went extinct with the dinosaurs, but they just hadn't come out yet. You guys didn't know that, but that's true. It's a fact. Of course it's a fact. Oh, yeah. All right, what time is it? We might start wrapping up. I'm getting tie-tie. It's 11:40. Woo, we ended up going about 40 minutes later than I thought we would. We are going to start wrapping up now. I think. Yeah, I think so. But guys, here's the sitch. Here's the sitch, friends. We're going to start wrapping up now. I'm going to make 2 promises to you. I'm going to make 3 promises to you, chat. Can I do one more? Fine, we'll do one more. 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 We'll do one more specifically for John 12 Austin. We want to give them a chance. A bucket, 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 a boo! Lord Squishy. Squish squash, I was taking a bash. This is called Mortar and Pestle. What a curious name for your monster. Oh, Greg. What the fuck is this? Man, a lot of spooky Feywild stuff. We're back to this. We started in the spooky Fey and we're going back to the spooky Fey. This is spooky Fey if I've ever seen it. This is as spooky as we can get. Look at those fucking teeth. Look at it. It's even got like this slightly off kilter where it looks like it's almost out of. I don't know if it's coming across on the video, but it's like it's got this sort of like layered vibe to it, so it sort of looks like it's almost not there. Okay, right off the bat, Mortar and Pestle, I think we lean into that direction. It's kind of not there. Like, only there under circumstances. I don't know what circumstances, but I think that's the first thing. Or like only there, or like only interactable. Like maybe it sort of maybe it flickers between the material and the ethereal. Something like that probably, right? What is its goal? What is it doing? What powers does it have? It's a creepy little guy. It's definitely having a good time. Okay, here's what I think. Can I say what I think? Wait, what did you say? Oh, link? Did I not link it? I'll link it. There it is in YouTube. There it is in Twitch. I'm thinking that this is a monster that is either a corrupted friendly fae, or it thinks it's a friendly fae. And if it's a corrupted friendly fae, I think it still thinks it's a friendly fae. Do you know what I mean? So I like the, like what if it's like a bad luck fairy? Like sort of like a bad luck fairy godmother type. Can offer boons that turn into misfortune. Or yeah, or just has an aura of bad luck. That could also be it. It could literally just have an aura of bad luck. It could be like creatures within 30 feet of it make skill checks at disadvantage. And you just tell everyone to make their skill checks at disadvantage, but you don't tell them why. And they have to figure out that it's because they've been bringing around Smiley McSad Butterfly. You know? I like that idea. Yeah, it feeds off misfortune. Yes. Yes. Cool. This is another one where I would make it more of a character than I think a monster. Like, to me, this was once a very specific fae creature that maybe had a pet butterfly, and they sort of evolved into this together. Yeah, Bizarro Fae. Or like Twisted Fae, Dark Fae, Corrupted Fae, any of that shenanigans. I like the smile a lot. I like the teeth. I'm thinking it feeds off misfortune and projects an aura of rolling everything at disadvantage. Or maybe always being under the... rolling everything as if you're under the effects of the Bane spell. You could make it 2 different monsters with 2 different effects. I don't think you need to, though. I think it could definitely just be, like, its sidekick, buddy. If I was going to do something like that, I probably would... Actually, I wouldn't. I mean, I'll be honest. I think that if you like that idea, you should totally go for that. But I would almost entirely take the butterfly as a aesthetic of the monster. And the idea being, like, it has this pet butterfly that kind of looks like a skull that's sad. And that would be, like, an aesthetic choice to sort of indicate, like, this is a little bit of a creepy thing. Less, like, than it is, like, a monster that has powers. I would treat it just like a butterfly floating around it. But if you wanted to make the butterfly had other effects, you totally could. Maybe the butterfly feeds off misfortune. Yeah, sure. If you were making it a monster, an ability that grants it a stacking buff of temporary hit points whenever a creature within the aura fails a check. I don't know if I would do a stacking buff of temporary hit points just because that's not fun to interact with. That's just getting, like, beefier. So I don't know if I would treat it that way. I might make it where one of these creatures had an aura of bad luck, and then one of these creatures had a feature where if somebody else rolled with disadvantage within a certain range of them, they could make their next roll with advantage. So, like, they could, like, steal luck from other people and give them to each other. Explodes upon death with radiance. You could do that if you want to. There's a lot of monsters that do that. I don't know if that needs to be here for this one, but it totally could. Yeah, I like the art a lot. Very cool. Would this creature affect the luck of other monsters too? I think that depends on you, baby. Depends on what you want to do. I think you could say yes. I think you could say no. Would I like to talk to Saria? I don't know who Saria is. Yes, I would. You could possibly tie multi-attack in. The monster makes 2 attacks, but it's actually 1 from each critter. Oh, that's a really nice way of doing it, Scarlet. I like that a lot. Having them share an action economy. That's cool. I like that idea a lot. When will I be streaming next? My next stream is on Friday. And if you want to keep up with when I'm streaming, I put a schedule in my Discord. I usually do some combination of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. This week it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. I usually take 1 or 2 days off from that, depending on how much other things I need to do. Is the VOD up right away? The moment that I end stream, it becomes a VOD on Twitch. Or not on Twitch, on YouTube. Oh, don't that Twitch schedule that I set up once 3 years ago. Yeah, that one's inaccurate. I could probably change it. I don't think I've ever looked at that. But I could probably make it more accurate. Anyway, let's give Lord Squishy a big round of applause. Very cool monster, cool art, creepy vibes, much fun. Let's give them a round of applause. Five of your streams up to you. They're all up on YouTube VODs. Clap, 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 clap. All right, guys, and with that, I think I would like to not just say thank you to that one Lord Squishy, but I think I would like to say thank you to all of the Lord Squishies out there. Friends, we are going to start winding down. This was a very fun stream. Everybody give yourselves a huge round of applause. Really, really fantastic. I'm so glad that everyone had fun. I really liked looking at your art and brainstorming monsters for it. I encourage you guys to try to turn these into monsters if you want to. I might be doing it with a couple of them. And we'll be back on Friday for the subscriber/member review stream. If you have a membership on YouTube at the very cool level or higher, or you are subscribed on Twitch, or you follow my Patreon, you can submit homebrew for Friday's stream, where there is no prompt, and you can submit absolutely any homebrew that you want. And guess what? If you get spun on the wheel, you can come on the show and talk about your homebrew with me. So if any of that sounds fun, consider doing that. In the meantime, we'll be back. Next week, we'll be doing more open stuff. We'll have another theme day. I know that people really like these art shows. I don't know if we're going to do an art show next week, but we'll definitely be doing more of these showing off your art and brainstorming stuff, because I think it's a lot of fun and I think people really like it. Now the question is, who should we raid? Who's still streaming? That's the question. Let's see. We could raid Perception Studios. We could raid Maisie. Let's do... Yeah, get out of here. Don't worry about it. How long have these been, guys? Let's do raid Perception if they haven't been streaming for a long time. They've been going for a while. All right, let's do... Are you guys still streaming? Nerd Immersion? No. Fucking nerd. Diana's streaming. What's she doing? Ooh, Latinos Against Spooky Shit is streaming. Let's raid him. Latinos Against Spooky Shit is fucking awesome. He's a buddy. He's very entertaining. It's a lot of fun. Please give him my love. Here, I'll post his stuff in the, here's his channel for YouTubers if you want to come along with us as we go say hi to him. You guys are absolutely the best. Have an amazing night. Be good to each other. And I shall see you on Friday. And then next week. I love you. Bye. Bye. Have a good night. Bye. Thank you for sharing your art. You're great. You're all great. Every one of you. Bye. You too, YouTube. All of you also. Bye.